Welcome. Thank you all for coming. We're here. Whole health for people and planet. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you. My name is Christine Vatovec. I happen to be the very fortunate person who is considered the planetary health lead for the Osher Center here at UVM. And I want to first make sure that everyone can hear me. Yes, everybody back there. Excellent. Hello, Amy, way in the back. We want to make sure too that folks out in Zoom land can see and hear everything clearly. So we have a moderator who's checking in on the chat. If someone would kindly just type into the chat to let us know that you can hear us, that's wonderful. And just a note here, this QR code that you are seeing, this will take you directly to the schedule in our Sched app that we are using. So feel free to take a picture of that if you want to see where we are throughout the day. We'll be here until about 3:30 this afternoon, so you can just follow along. In the QR code, also note that if you were unable to join us last night, or if you wanted to see a poster again, the posters are all directly uploaded into that site, so you can look at them and spend a little more time with the posters as well. I want to here echo the heartfelt sentiment that was shared by our director of our Osher Center, John Porter, on Monday, on Indigenous Peoples Day, when he welcomed the Osher Collaborative to our campus and really made it clear that to us, UVM's land acknowledgement statement is not performative. It's not just checking a box. It is very much sharing that we feel in the Osher Center and many among us in our extended community that the traditional ecological knowledge of the reciprocal connections between human health and nature that is held by many Indigenous cultures is aspirational for us. It helps guide our work, that connection between people and place. And so here we share with you UVM's land acknowledgement. The campus of the University of Vermont sits within a place of gathering and exchange, shaped by water and stewarded by ongoing generations of Indigenous peoples, in particular the Western Abenaki. Acknowledging the relations between water, land, and people is in harmony with the mission of the university. Acknowledging the serious and significant impacts of our histories on Indigenous peoples and their homelands is a part of the university's ongoing work of teaching, research, and engagement, and an essential reminder of our past and our interconnected futures for the many of us gathered on this land. UVM respects the Indigenous knowledge interwoven in this place and commits to uplifting the Indigenous peoples and cultures present on this land and within our community. We also want to recognize and uplift the diversity of perspectives that our community brings today to this gathering, both in person and online. We invite you all to be fully present with us today. We hope you will all feel seen and heard. And to that end, we invite you to bring your curiosity into our dialogue throughout the day. And echoing the words of Darren Harris, who was with us on Monday and Tuesday as the Osher Collaborative met, let us approach the day with inquiry rather than inquisition. So just reminding us in our academic roles to be curious about what we're hearing and open to allowing our own thoughts and ideas about this realm of planetary health to be changed by what we experience here together. Before we really get started with setting the stage, I want to acknowledge everyone who has tirelessly worked together to make this event possible over the past several months. And if you would not mind, I would love for folks to stand. Anisha, Catherine, Kara, Lisa, Jackie, Brenda, who is joining us online, Aterah, John, Dan, Andy, Gita, Anne, Erica, Beth. Thank you all so much. We so appreciate all of the time and effort you put in this, and we made it. We're here. Very special thanks to Kara Feldman Hunt, who has the unique ability to make something that might otherwise feel daunting, like planning a summit, feel energizing, welcoming, and fun. Thank you, Kara. So who are we gathered here today? We are people here at the University of Vermont who are interested in and or working in already very clearly, very knowledgeably in planetary health. Give a little wave if you are from UVM. Hello, UVM folks. Thank you for joining us. We are also within UVM folks of our Osher Center. Give us a little wave if you're affiliated with the Osher Center. Wonderful. We are also members of the Osher Collaborative. We have folks from Harvard. Hello, Harvard colleagues. Karolinska Institute is not with us in person. They are in Sweden. Northwestern, welcome. UCSF, big contingent. University of Cincinnati, Barbara. University of Miami, hello. University of Utah. Oh, our Utah folks are not here in person. Perhaps they are joining us online now. University of Washington, we know Brenda for sure is online. University of Wisconsin, welcome. And Vanderbilt also might be joining us online today. So those of you who are from UVM, we are not alone in this effort. We are surrounded by amazing people who are really dedicated to planetary health. And you will have the opportunity to mix and mingle and chat with these folks throughout the day. And in particular, you will get to meet Aterah Nusrat. She will be helping to moderate the afternoon. We are also members of the broader community. Any folks who are not associated directly with UVM, thank you for coming and welcome. We have students, we have trainees, medical trainees, we have postdoctoral associates. Where are those folks in the room today? Yay, welcome. Thank you for coming in person. I know since we have limited space in the room, we were asking many people to join us online. In particular, I will give a shout out to my students in human health and the environment and my remarkable teaching assistants, Kate Graysdorf and CJ Crook, who are joining us via Zoom. Hello and welcome, and thank you for joining us. We have staff members. Where's our staff? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Faculty, all sorts of faculty are here. Administration is here. Our president, our interim president, Patty Prelock, is joining us. And visiting scholars. Where are our visiting scholars today? Welcome. Thank you for coming. So our summit is based on three main themes. And we're going to just touch each of them. You will see throughout the day that we've asked our speakers to speak directly to these themes in some way. How is your work connected to these different pieces of the puzzle that we at the Osher Center really are thinking about? So healthcare, here we're thinking about both those direct connections. We have clinicians who are working with us in all sorts of capacities. We also have more indirect connections, people who are working in a variety of different places that support the ability for healthcare to be delivered. And throughout the day, I will challenge us to think about what is our definition of health, and how are we all in some capacity supporting health care in new and different ways? They're not new and different, but we might think about them in a different way. We're also thinking about integrative health throughout the day, also called whole person health. This is this idea of integrating mind, body, and spirit when looking at the person in front of you. How are you? When you say, how are you to someone, how are they fully? Are they well in body, mind, and spirit? And here in the Osher Center and Osher Collaborative, we think about all those different evidence-based approaches that can be supportive of health, really preventing illness, promoting health, but then also really promoting healing when someone has entered into some sort of illness. And we think here about things like lifestyle medicine, nutrition, sleep, stress reduction, physical activity, nature contact. We think of mind-body therapies, things like meditation, yoga, tai chi, music therapy, and more. Biochemical therapies, functional foods, botanicals, aromatherapy, many more than that. Biomechanical, things like physical therapy, massage, and way more than that. Biofield and bioenergetic therapies, things most familiar would be acupuncture, but there are many others. Traditional ecological knowledge, things like Ayurveda, East Asian cultural approaches to health and healing, and indigenous wisdom. All of these different ways of understanding health and healing are things that we can look to that have strong evidence for them in our Western model for helping us to promote health and wellness. And the reason why we're all here today, planetary health, this understanding that our health, the health of our individual bodies, the health of our communities, the health of our civilization is very much intertwined with the health of the planet, and that we are increasingly understanding this and seeing this. And this summit, as this university, we seek to explore these connections so that both people and planet can thrive. So how to really begin in framing our conversation around planetary health? We could start with the 9 planetary boundaries, but many of us have shared this. If you have not become acquainted with the planetary boundaries yet, please come and speak with me, and I can point you to all the many resources that are out there that help us understand what is the actual health of the planet? What are our environmental scientists teaching us about all these different spheres and systems that determine the Earth's wellness? We could speak about the donut that so many of us have become acquainted with, but many of us have heard about the donut before. If you haven't heard of the donut, come and speak to me, but please also come and speak with John Erickson and think of the poster. There's a poster. If you go to that SCED app, Rigo Melgar is someone who presented a poster on donut economics specific to Vermont last night. So you can learn more about that. And we're always happy to think more about that with you and how to apply it in our communities. We could think about these things. I could share with you some of my research, but many of you have already heard this, the impacts of healthcare on the planet specifically, thinking about those flows. Where do our medical supplies come from? Where do they go? What is the waste that is inherent in the system? But many of you have already heard me speak about that. So I'll just put it up here. Instead of thinking about all those things and putting those things up here and really talking about them, I decided instead to ask you a question to help us frame the day. What would our world look like if all people were truly healthy in body, mind, and spirit? Would we have the devastating impact on the earth that we have had? Let's unpack that for just a minute. So let's start with all people. To me, this means that everyone would have equal access to all of the necessary components of a healthy life, from birth through death. All people. And that truly healthy, how do we break that down? This body, mind, spirit. So what does it take for a body to be healthy? What does it really require? Maybe just take a second and think about that. What's one thing that a body requires to be healthy? And because it's 8:30 in the morning, I'm usually teaching right now. And these are the types of things I ask my students to do. Turn to a neighbor and share one thing. What's one thing that a body needs to be healthy? Go ahead. So when I thought about this, I started with the basics. A body needs to be healthy by having clean air, clean water, nourishing food, healthy movement, quality sleep. Those are some of the basics that I thought of. Is there anything else that someone else added? Aterah, shelter, absolutely. In the back, social interaction. Interesting. So you're getting into the mind-body connection. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, I have that on the next slide, Jean. Ooh, yes, indeed, indeed. And again, we're trying to think of those connections. So here I was really thinking about the body.
Repeat the answer.
Oh, so that everyone can hear. What are the answers? I will continue to repeat. Thank you. So what would it look like for us to actually, like, we have so much expertise at this university in particular, and in the collaborative around healthy food and nourishing food. What would it mean if everyone had access to nourishing food? That connects to our agroecosystems, our food systems. How would the health of bodies through nourishing food change the health of the planet by ensuring that the ways that we are producing food was so healthy that that connection, that relationship between our bodies and what we are eating was fully realized? Would we have the same system of food? Would we walk into our grocery stores and be overwhelmed by the seeming options that are really distilled down to just a few true ingredients? When you're in the cereal aisle in particular, right? The overwhelming number of choices, but it's really all the same. What would that look like if we approached nourishment in this way? I leave that as a question for you, for us to ponder throughout the day. How about mind? What does it take to have your mind fully engaged in this healthy way, this mind, body, spirit? Again, turn to a neighbor. What's one thing you think of when you think of having a healthy mind?
Yeah.
So when I was thinking of what does it mean to have a healthy mind, thought of emotional well-being, psychological well-being, and social well-being. So starting to connect into some of those ideas that other people were, I believe, rightfully seeing the connection between body and mind in what's the social environment around us. Here it's really, to me, thinking about our actions, how we feel, how we think, how we behave in the world. What are the different conditions under which we need to create in order for everyone to have true health of mind? What might that look like? How does that connect to planetary health? Again, a question I leave you with throughout the day. And then how about spirit? What does it mean for your spirit to be well? And last time I'll ask you, turn to a neighbor or two. When do you feel fully well in spirit? What does that mean to you? So to me, when I think of spirit, I think of awe, of having those moments when, depending on what you are interested in, you feel connected to something bigger than yourself. For me, it happens when I am out in a dark field at night and I look up at the sky and I hear Carl Sagan in my mind. And I remember how infinitesimally small I am. And that makes me feel power because I'm connected to something bigger. It's not just me. I am whole because of this amazing earth that I share with all of these other living, breathing beings. So to me, that gives purpose, that connection to something greater. And here, I really think about something that I've heard from Sam Myers, the founder and former executive director of the Planetary Health Alliance, of the idea of human exceptionalism, that we have separated ourselves from nature. We have had domination over nature. What would it look like to be truly well in spirit? To me, it would being able to find that connection to nature in a way that, and I'll say this again later, when we say for people and planet, it's not people and planet, but it's integrated. In the same way we used to think of mind and body, and now it's mind body. People and planet, people, planet. We are the same. The air we breathe is the same air that we share with everyone. The water we drink is the same water that is circling through all life forms. Like, how do we really embed that? How do we turn to the traditional ecological wisdom of so many cultures to help us remember that we are a part of something much bigger than ourselves? So those are the questions that I leave for you. What would the world look like if all people were truly healthy? I believe, learning from Molly Kawahata, I believe that if all people were healthy in mind, body, and spirit, we would live lightly on this earth. We would not have the negative impacts that we have had previously. So how do we help each other in our communities get there? I believe that we have the power in this room and in this broader collaborative and across all of our universities to work together toward that end. And I'm so excited to be here with you and starting this journey. And I am going to now turn the podium over to Kara Feldman Hunt, who will help us bring our keynote speaker on. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. So nice to see you all. I also wanted to say my heartfelt thank you to you, Christine. It has been so much fun doing this with you, and I am just in awe of your efforts and your energy and your wisdom. And it's been really, really a pleasure. Yeah, Christine. So I have the honor of introducing Helene Langevin. I met Helene, I think like 16 years ago when I was just starting my career in integrative health. And I was in awe of her, I'll say maybe a little bit intimidated. And we built some really great things together and she got us rolling. And I always put her on every presentation as the person, one of the three women for helping us get to where we are today. So Patty Prelock and Helene Langevin, and of course, Laura Mann, where I started my career. But Helene, it's been so amazing to watch your career. And we can say we knew her when, but now Helene is the director of the National Center. I want to get it right. I'm like looking for my notes here. the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. So it is a big deal, and we are so honored to have you with us today. Helene's research is vast. I'm not going to go through it all, but she's going to share some remarks with us. So join us, Helene. I just wanted to put it on the speaker view rather than the room view, so the folks on Zoom could see her. No, I'm here, the camera.
Not, excuse me, not the share screen.
No, on the shared screen, but I want our folks on Zoom to be able to see Helene's face.
Okay.
So we were gonna do the cameras close up.
Yep, I'll do that.
Sorry, just a quick.
We'll switch to your PowerPoint then.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Want to test, does this work? Yeah. Good, thank you. Right. Well, it's so great to be back at UVM. It's always great. I really love this place. Can't say enough about how special and wonderful UVM is to me personally. I also want to say a really quick one shout out to Kara, because Kara, I mean, you're right. I mean, we met such a long time ago, and I have watched I have watched you, Kara, as how you've been the powerhouse behind the evolution of this integrative health program now for so many years, and to see you now in this role, it's just fantastic. So thank you, thank you. I'm going to be talking about some of what we're doing at NCCIH on the area of whole person and planet health. And Christine just gave me the perfect introduction here, pretty much touched on just about every point I want to make. So thank you. So let's first talk about human health. And this little cartoon sort of depicts the kind of the difference in how we think about health versus disease, right? Because when you think about health, health is a whole person thing that we feel, that we experience, as opposed to diseases that sort of we tend to think about diseases of your heart or diseases of your muscles or your bones or whatever in a compartmentalized way. But when we think about health, we really think about the health of the whole person. And we also know that there are factors that are, for example, stress or poor sleep or an unhealthy diet or lack of exercise that impact a whole variety of diseases. Pretty much all the major chronic non-communicable diseases, as we call them, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, even depression, musculoskeletal problems, all of these issues are, they are, I say caused, but predisposed to by all of these sort of lifestyle factors. So we know that by intervening and helping people to improve their self-care, for example, to improve their lifestyle, it can have a tremendous impact. And the other aspect that I want to point out is the top of the picture here, that the progression between less healthy, less healthy, and disease does not only all go in one direction. There are opportunities, right, to restore health, especially when interventions are made at an early stage. But this is something that we really need to understand a lot better. We spend a lot more time in research understanding what we call pathogenesis, which is the creation of disease, than we do studying what we call salutogenesis, which is the creation of health, making the arrow and helping the arrow point in the other direction. How do we best support that? So a lot of this, of course, doesn't happen in a vacuum, right? We know that life throws us curveballs, right? We all have challenges that happen to us, stresses, things that are beyond our control. And this is why the concept of resilience is so important in understanding health. At NIH, we have a trans NIH working group that has working very, very hard for many years now to come at a definition, a working definition of resilience that we can use in research. And the way we define resilience is the ability to resist, recover, adapt, or grow from a challenge. And this can span all the way from, the way that cells, for example, can adapt to fight something like oxidative stress, to the way people can adapt following, say, the death of a loved one. So there's this whole spectrum of resilience that spans from the physiological to the psychological, and that is really a continuum of resilience that we feel that we really need to understand this better in order to understand health. Now, when it comes to our planet, it's really not that different. When our planet was born, it had no idea that it was going to encounter this enormous challenge that is us, right? And really, we are the most dangerous things that have happened really to the planet, or one of the most dangerous things. There's a lot of things that have happened to this planet since it started. But certainly now the threat that's posed by our species, our human species to the Earth is significant. And the two pictures that are represented here, on the left is our beautiful planet, and on the right is not the Earth. It's actually an exoplanet from a different galaxy, and the sun of this planet is not as nice and stable as ours. It has wide fluctuations in energy, and for that reason, that planet is not healthy. And I've put that, and it wouldn't sustain life. I've put this picture to remind us that this is how the Earth might look like in the future if we don't take better care of it. And we, of course, know some of the things. This is not an exhaustive list of the problems that are causing our planet to experience stress right now. But some of them have to do with our use of fossil fuels, of our land management, cutting down forests, our agricultural practices. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about about agriculture in a minute. And we also know a lot of the solutions. We know that we need to do a lot of these things. We need to change how we eat, how we grow our food, how we use our energy, and how we manage our waste. The problem is that's hard to do. It requires a concerted effort, and that's why I really am going to evoke some of the themes that Molly Kawahata kind of so nicely kind of developed yesterday in her talk about developing not only a collective sense of hope that we can do something about this, but also a collective agency in working together to solve this. This is why I'm so excited to see this effort kind of coming together here at UVM, which I cannot think of a better place for a nidus of collective hope to come from. So here is just a cartoon depicting this kind of complex, multi-scale network that we are a part of. This network extends from the whole planet and all the way down to the individual organs and systems and molecules that compose our bodies. But we are part of this, and every part of this system is dependent on the other parts. So I'm going to use the example of nutrition to illustrate some of the things that we can observe and also can do in order to address what we call the nutrition continuum. And so if we go from left to right, starting from how our food is produced and grows, to how we are actually consuming the food, how we prepare the food, how we eat it, and what's on the plate, the actual things that we eat, the individual components of the food, and then down to the actual ingredients, and further down into the molecules that compose the foods that we now digest and absorb. Now, of course, there's a dark side to this nutritional continuum. If you look at the top row, we can see that very often our agricultural practices are just simply appalling. That there's areas of many areas in the country where people do not have access to foods to fresh foods, that they get their food from a convenience store or even a gas station. That fast food has become now such a pervasive way to eat that very often people will grow up in families where food is not cooked in the home. And so people grow up without the knowledge of how to cook food. The food is very much geared towards this quick consumption, and also this ultra-processed additives to the food are making the foods even more addictive. And so food can become a problem. There's this kind of compulsive and craving that surrounds the foods that we eat, that perpetuates a cycle of unhealthy eating. And finally, and I think this is an area where we don't talk about this enough, dietary supplements are in such abundance, so easy to obtain. Very often, they are actually used instead of food to get nutrition. And we think this is an area that really needs a lot more attention, because it is really a big problem in this country and worldwide. So let's look at an example of a compound that we all hear a lot about, flavonoids, right? So this is an example of these molecules that are called antioxidants, right? We hear about this, right? We say, we should have, grapes or red wine or chocolate, right? So a lot of these types of foods have these types of compounds in them. So it's very interesting when you think and when you look at what these compounds do. At both ends of the spectrum, they seem to be related to resilience in a very interesting way. So a plant, right, when it grows in soil that is exposed to the sort of the vagaries of the weather, right? There are times when there's more water, less water. If a plant is exposed to, say, for example, a week of drought, right, what it will do is it will increase the synthesis of these flavonoids to help it deal with the temporary stress of the environment. This is actually a healthy thing that the plant can do. Now, at the other end of the spectrum, you can see that the same molecules are associated with, in humans, similar benefits in order to have healthy vascular function, immune function, lipid metabolism, and it can even be helpful in aging. We observe this in, say, population studies in people who consume lots of fruit and vegetables, for example, that they tend to have better immune function, et cetera. So, but how does this actually happen, right, is something that we need to understand better. And here's another very interesting piece of this. So we know that the microbes that are in the soil, right, are essential for the plant to actually metabolize and create these flavonoids that will then help the plant have resistance. And if we go to the end of the spectrum in us, the microbes that are in our gut also play a very important role in helping us break down some of these polyphenols that are too large for us to be able to utilize. And then these smaller molecules are able to go to our brains, for example, and other parts of our body in order to help us to be healthier. So you can see here now already there's another layer to this, right? It's not only that these molecules can have an effect across the nutrition continuum, but they also interact with the microbiome of both the planet and us. So you see there's a very, very interesting connection there. Now, I'm going to dig a little bit deeper into these flavonoids and antioxidants, because this is an area where I think there has been a lot of confusion. There is a phenomenon called hormesis, which is something that we have known about for over 100 years. Yet we have not paid enough attention to this because it's a complicated phenomenon. And I'm going to explain to you a little bit what hormesis is. Typically, if you look at the two diagrams at the top here, when we look at what we call the dose response, right, of something, it doesn't matter what it is, a chemical or even something like ionizing radiation or another stress in the environment, we usually think of the dose response as being either linear on the right, so that the more of the stimulus, the more the response, or on the like next to it, I don't know if I can see if I can use this pointer over here. There we go. That there's a threshold, so that you have no effect up until a certain point, and then all of a sudden you start getting an effect. And these are the two types of dose response curves that people are used to looking at. Now, if you look at the two dose response curves on the bottom, they look a little bit weird, more weird. So they are biphasic, right? And so at the lower end, you have an effect that goes in either one direction. So in this case, you would have inhibition here. And then you pass a point of like kind of inflection point, and then you have excitation or stimulation. And then on the right, you have the opposite effect. You have inhibition at the lower end and excitation at the higher end. What that means is that this is a nonlinear dose response that is observed in nature across the board. But usually what happens is we miss the lower end because either we don't look at it, or it's not, these effects are kind of easy to miss because they're not high in amplitude. Typically, these lower dose effects are between 30 to 50% of change, which is not a lot, compared with the higher dose effects, which could be 3, 4, 10-fold, right? So when we do our experiments using dietary supplements, for example, and we look at the effects on immune function, whatever, we tend to use the higher doses because, first of all, you get cleaner experiments that way. You have to use fewer replicates, and you get effects that are sort of probably more reproducible. So most of the research that we do, in a lot of this on vitamins, supplements, all of that they're all done at that higher dose. So I'm going to show you a very, very interesting paper that where they bothered to actually look at the lower dose. And as you can see, the data are sort of not very, they look like they're kind of confusing at first. But if you bear with me, so first look at the blue dots here. You can see that this is the effect of resveratrol, which is a flavonoid, right, on cell viability. So this isn't a dish. These are cells to see how healthy are the cells. And you can see that when you give increasing doses of this resveratrol, there's a little bit of a bump in viability. It goes up to 125%, not a lot. And then it comes down, but look how it dramatically falls after about 100 micromolar down here on the right-hand side. And what that suggests is that higher doses of resveratrol is actually not that great for these cells, right? Now, what happens at the lower doses? Well, if you inhibit the yellow signs here, if you give the glutathione, which is an antioxidant, you nullify the effect. What does that mean? Does that mean that the resveratrol was actually an oxidant? And that's the opposite of what you would think, right? Then they looked at an effect here of this enzyme, catalase. And catalase is an antioxidant enzyme that the body produces. And they saw that it was increased, but only at the lower dose. So their hypothesis was that resveratrol was actually an oxidant, not an antioxidant. So they tested that. So the next experiment, you can see up in the upper right, they did very careful replicates. And they looked at the effect of resveratrol over time. And you can see that there's a bump in the reaction of the production of what we call reactive oxygen species. This is oxidation, not antioxidation. And then at the bottom in the blue bars, they looked at genes that were produced to produce the body's own antioxidant response. What that means is that the resveratrol was actually causing a mild stress, and the cell was responding to that stress by becoming more resilient to the stress. That's what was happening. So in this paper, what they're proposing is that this resveratrol is actually having a very different kind of effect than what we normally think. It's a hormetic effect, and it occurs only at the lower dose, and it is an effect that actually helps the body boost its own redox environment to shift towards an antioxidant state, but by itself. It's not the resveratrol that's doing it. It's the body that's doing it. That's the main difference. And by doing that, it makes the cells more resilient to future insults, future stresses. So this is still a theory that's in the middle of being tested, but we think at NCCIH, we think this is extremely important. And we think that we really have to really rethink how we think about research on dietary supplements and especially antioxidants for that reason. So, okay, so here's the question. How can we build resilience across the nutritional continuum, right? I've already hinted at that, right? One thing I talked about is better understanding the effects of molecules as they interact with our bodies, in our environment, and in an environment. But let's talk about the soil for a minute. So talk about soil health. This is a very, very important piece of this, because I already hinted at the importance of the microbes in the soil. But let's talk about carbon, because we all know the problem we're having with carbon right now. There's too much carbon in the atmosphere. Part of that is because it's being produced by burning fossil fuels. We all know this. But another really, really important source of carbon in the atmosphere comes from the soil itself, surprisingly. So what happens is we know that plants, when they are during the day, they are able to produce, to take carbon from the atmosphere and fix it through photosynthesis, right? And then they produce oxygen. That's great. And then the carbon becomes the plant, right? It helps to build the molecules that the plant is made of. And then part of that is at the end of the plant's life, when the plant dies, it essentially decomposes, and this carbon goes back into the soil. And so the soil is a source of, is a great way to fix the carbon that the plant produces in response to this photosynthesis. But then there's also this other opposite effect, which is what respiration, in a sense, is that both the plants and also the soil, they breathe also, and they exhale carbon dioxide. And so there's the production and the fixation of carbon dioxide and also the respiration act in kind of concert. But the important thing to realize is that the ratio of fixation of carbon when the soil is and the plants are healthy is about double. You actually fix more carbon than you breathe out. So it's a net positive gain. But if the soil is unhealthy, if the soil is unable to hang on to this carbon because of the overuse of fertilizers, the loss of carbon from the soil is greatly increased. And if you look at the ratio, normally the amount of carbon that is exhaled from the soil is 10 times greater than what we use in fossil fuel, what fossil fuels contribute. But you can see that by manipulate this, and you can have a big impact, right? And so working on the soil could really help us to counteract some of the effects of, not to say that we shouldn't be, that we should continue burning the fossil fuels, absolutely not. But by working on the soil and preventing the excessive loss of carbon through the soil, we can greatly, greatly reduce what's going on right now in terms of the global warming. So this is an area that I think places, for example, like University of Vermont, that has an agricultural college, that is in a state, which is a rural state, where a lot of agriculture takes place. I cannot think of a better place for an ecologically minded, planetary conscious faculty and group of individuals who want to put their energies to this. I can't think of a better place to actually make some of this happen. So I see Dr. Prelock here. I know this is your vision. I know that you have really looked at this and can see it. And I'm really so excited and applaud you so much for having that incredible vision, because I think this is the place where it could happen. Now, another thing is teaching kitchens. So I mentioned about food literacy. This is extremely important. If people don't know how to cook, they're not going to know what to do with the produce, that even if they have access to it. And so this is a movement that is going on in a lot of places in the country. There is a program, a teaching kitchen at the Veterans Administration program in the VA that is very strong. We're teaching veterans, how to cook. There's also the Teaching Kitchens Collaborative, which is a wonderful nationwide, it's actually international now, that was started by Dr. David Eisenberg, who was the OSHA Center director at Harvard before me. And so now he leads this really wonderful Teaching Kitchen Collaborative where they put kitchens in schools, in churches, in community centers, to teach people how to cook. It sounds simple, but the nice thing about it is that they use this opportunity, once they have people in the kitchen, to talk not just about food, but about physical activity and stress management, right? Because it all goes hand in hand. It's all part of healthy lifestyle. And so this teaching kitchen piece is extremely nice. So again, I really emphasize now the continuum, right? That regenerative agriculture practices and food literacy can strengthen, right, our connections and our understanding of the connection between the planet, the soil, and people, and the health of all of that. Now, we all know this, right? And this is something that we need to not just acknowledge, but emphasize, that changing behavior is difficult to do in a sustained way. It's hard. How do we help that? And I want to just draw attention to this phenomenon, which I think is quite remarkable. It's called the overview effect. And the fact that when people go out in space, and we've known this now, people have done interviews of astronauts and people who've experienced seeing the Earth from afar, there's a universal sort of understanding that people come back to the Earth changed. They're different. They understand better not only our connection, the individual connection to the Earth, but there's almost a spiritual kind of what we call this a quantum effect, something that happens instantly, thank you, and also that lasts. And we've known that these types of experiences, we call them mystical experiences, have been described for millennia. They're a part of every religious tradition that there is. And so what is going on during those? Well, we also know that we can have insights and experiences, and Christine talked about the spirit, and you described it very nicely, just being outside, looking at the sky, looking at the being in a forest, etc., being on top of a mountain. And that is a way to experience oneness with nature. And of course, meditation is also a way to experience this kind of connection with other. And this is just an interesting description of changes that people have described during meditation. So one is, you can see attention regulation, body awareness, emotional, but look at the bottom, change in perspective on the self. And this is important. This is something that can help us understand how contemplative practices can really help us not only understand that we all are connected. And so that on the left, I've put here, kind of our what we would describe a feeling that is just beyond the mind and the body and the spirit. That's sort of the whole connection and sense of wholeness, of meaning and purpose, as opposed to being isolated, being lonely, and we talk about the deaths of despair that people experience. There's a real phenomenon going on, a lot of suicides, a lot of depression, and hopelessness. And this is why, yesterday's talk on hope is so important. I think it really belongs right in there. I want to just say a quick word about indigenous communities, Native Americans. I'm so glad that we opened the meeting with acknowledgement of this. The Native cultures that are land-based cultures that understand the spiritual connection to the land actually suffer the most from the damage that's being done to the environment, because they understand it's part of their religious and spiritual life. Their connection to the animals, to the plants, to the earth itself, is so strong. And so I just want to point a program that I'm very, very excited about at the NIH. It's part of the NIH HEAL initiative, and it is called NCREW. It's Native Collective Efforts to Enhance Wellness. We dedicated $268 million over 7 years to put research in the hands of the Native American communities, and to design research projects that they are actually in charge of, that they can self-direct the purpose and the research studies. Right now, it's really more emphasizing pain and substance use, but we think that this is a model that could be used. And a lot of these studies are actually, they're nominally to address substance use, but they're really about whole person health. And this is kind of, that's what we're hearing from the communities themselves. That's what they want to do. So we're very excited about that. And I wanted just in closing, draw your, if any of you have not yet seen this extraordinary movie this is the latest movie by Ken Burns on the American buffalo. It's about returning buffalo herds to the Great Plains. Buffaloes are the animals that were spiritually the most important animal in Native American culture. And the fact that they were completely decimated to the point of being almost extinct. And they're now the herds are being restored. And interestingly enough, because the genetic pool had been so much crossbred with cattle in the West, they had to take a pair of buffalo from the Bronx Zoo that was actually genetically pure, and they put these animals back in the out west, and they started breeding, and now they have herds that are thousands of animals that the American Indians are managing themselves. And they are using these animals in the traditional way to hunt them and produce food for them. You can imagine how much meat a buffalo can yield and feed a family for the whole winter. This is how these types of cultures are being restored again, that are so important, connects food again with spirit and with the culture of the tribes. I think this is a really exciting program that really I think is long overdue, obviously. So just to kind of put things together, I think it's really clear that there is a connection, right, across all of these things, that the cure to our collective, despair, chronic diseases, unhealthy lifestyle is so linked to our problems that we have with our soil, our biodiversity, our environment, and our climate. And so the solutions are clearly linked. And this is why I think a program like the University of Vermont is starting is so brilliant. I also want to say that research is going to be so important here. We need to understand how to measure all of this. We have started at NCCIH on really focusing on resilience, because we think that once we can measure it, this is how we can demonstrate the success of the interventions that we are implementing. So we had a workshop just last month and on advancing the biomedical science of resilience, measures and metrics. It was a fantastic workshop. There's going to be a summary and recommendations as to what methods to use. This is something that the community, I think, will greatly benefit from in designing future studies that involve resilience at any level of this spectrum. And I also want to finish by just stating our definition our working definition of whole person health at NCCIH is empowering individuals, families, communities, and populations, and we've added now the planet here, to improve their health in multiple interconnected domains, so biological, behavioral, social, environment, and we've also added spiritual because we really feel it's an important part of this. So if I really encourage you to connect with us, follow us on social media, and check our website, because we have a lot of exciting new initiatives that we're going to be rolling out, and a lot of materials that I think are going to be very hopefully helpful to you all. So thank you. Remove that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Langevin. I so appreciate seeing both the arc from the cellular and the soil and the parallel all the way up through the spirit and connecting to the planet. So thank you so much. We really appreciate your time and coming here with us today. And now we're just getting our switch back up here. To podium desk.
Is the deck?
And we'll just scroll back up to where we are here. Reliving all those pieces. Okay, here we are. So the arc of the day from here forward, we will have a panel of 6 people joining us this morning. We will have individual presentations from each of those people. We'll have an opportunity for those people to ask each other questions, and then an opportunity for the audience to ask questions, and then time for the audience and our speakers to all think together about, all right, now where do we go with this? What are we learning from this? How do we move forward? So Aterah and I, you will meet Aterah this afternoon. She'll be leading the afternoon panel. We were just discussing last night after the keynote, what are a couple other things that we can plug into here to try to pull things together to really help us all work together in these ways? And we decided to kind of parallel the morning and the afternoon by starting us off with a few different articles that have been recently written. And I'm a little embarrassed to say that we decided to share this article that we both worked on. This was an invited commentary for the Journal of Integrative and Complementary Medicine that Aterah and I and our colleague Brenda, who's joining us via Zoom, and a local colleague here at UVM, Janet, we all worked on together. And I just wanted to share a few pieces of this to help us situate what our morning panel is helping us to do. And so in this particular piece, a few things that we said. The most important action we can take is to shift our own way of thinking and being from one based on separation and self-interest, which perpetuates division, to one based on interrelatedness and community, which engenders cooperation. And we're going to see that echoed throughout the different pieces of the morning panel in various ways. We also said one practical way to start seeding such a deep change is by prescribing therapies that help deepen a sense of connection to place. Nature-based therapy is one such example that strengthens relationships between individuals and ecological communities and supports our innate biophilia, our love of life. Indeed, allopathic physicians are increasingly prescribing, with good results, nature therapy to support wellness through pathways such as park prescriptions and forest bathing. And our first 4 speakers all touch on this in some way. So we thought that this would be an interesting way to just anchor us. So we're thinking about a call to action. How do we learn from each other this morning? How do we learn from all the amazing work that we drew on to write this paper and more to help us find that pathway forward? So this is our incredible lineup. Right now, I will keep speaking. And as I'm speaking, I'm going to invite our panel. If you want to come up, and we've kept the table here, the round table, open for you. So you can come and join us here. And that way you'll be able to see the presentations. So there we go. You're welcome to sit at the front table, but if you do, you just won't be able to see each other's slides. So we'll have you all come up to the straight table after you've all had a chance to share with us. So as you're all making your way up here, just to let you know, we had 59 proposals were submitted to join us for this summit. And they spanned clinical care, research, education, and policy, all having a focus, which we requested was those 3 themes for planetary health, integrative health, and healthcare. And our incredible planning committee selected the talks, 12 today, 6 this morning, 6 in the afternoon, that we felt best represented a connection between those themes in some way. And of course, you were able to see the posters last night that touched on many of those themes and some of them integrated as well. We just simply didn't have space for everyone here. So the arc of this morning session begins in clinical care, examining nature as medicine. We'll move into the practice of cultivating a mindful approach to personal health, relationships to planetary health, and then the co-benefits of integrative mind-body movement practices. From there, we broaden the scope to examine the role that forests in particular play in promoting human health and well-being and connection. And then we turn to gain perspectives of 2 of the integral parts of healthcare, the role of planetary health in training medical physicians, and the role of the healthcare system itself in promoting a more sustainable pathway forward. So that's the general arc of where we will be today in the morning session. Friendly reminders to our speakers. We have given them the hard task of trying to keep it short, but also giving some expansiveness. It's a little bit less intimidating than the 4-minute gunned approach, Taylor, but we've given them 7 minutes, which is not very long. And we've asked them to both give us a brief glimpse, your kind of quick overview elevator speech. What is it that you do here? So we just get a taste of it to make us interested, to whet our appetite. So we want to learn more. And we've then asked them also, please tell us, how does your work connect to these themes, integrative health, healthcare, planetary health? And they're all connected in some way. And we're going to pull those apart with each other. You will, just friendly reminder, we have a wonderful timekeeper, thanks to Christy. She will show you friendly time slides. You have 2 minutes left. You have 30 seconds left. And then as we reach time, I will just kindly come and join you up here and give you a little nudge. So welcome to our speakers and thank you for joining us. It is my absolute delight to welcome our first speaker, Dr. David Victorson. He is a psychologist, professor of medical social sciences, and the director of the Flourishing in Society and Health Research Lab in the Feinberg School of Medicine at Northwestern University. Dr. Victorson serves as director of integrative oncology at the Cancer Survivorship Institute at the Robert H. Lurie Comprehensive Cancer Center. He's the principal co-founder and director of a nonprofit called NorthwesternTrex that helps young people and caregivers affected by cancer connect with nature, community, and self. It's really quite remarkable. I highly recommend going and checking out NorthwesternTrex website. His research program focuses on the role of mindfulness-based emotion regulation deep social connection, nature contact, and positive health behavior engagement in promoting health, well-being, and flourishing in people, population, and the planet. What a remarkable person to have kicking us off here on our panel. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Victorson.
Okay.
Or you can.
Fantastic. Thank you. Good morning. All right. So I have nothing to disclose, and today we're going to contemplate our relationship with the natural world, talk a little bit about some things that we can do to help promote that, and then also consider some novel behavioral strategies that we might be able to help to nudge and cue some of these behaviors. This has been known for millennia, but Western research is finally paying attention and catching up to the fact that our relationship with the natural world can be beneficial to human health. And we all know that it can confer numerous benefits spanning emotional, cognitive, physical, spiritual, social. Some of us have even called this nature as medicine. And we might even go so far as to agree with Hippocrates and say nature as healer of disease. And the irony isn't lost on us here in this room that it can also go the other way, that nature can also be patient, given some of the mistreatment, abuse, and neglect that nature has endured at the hands of humans. But framing nature as a healthcare service provider, while true, can also be limiting in that it promotes a one-directional, transactional, what can I get from this mindset? And, it's not that different, as was mentioned earlier, in what has happened to things like meditation and yoga as they've come to the West, from being a lifestyle practice to being something that we can get something from. It's also in contradiction with more traditional wisdom, where they cultivated a mindset and a heart set that nature is actually an extension of ourselves and vice versa, and that we're all incredibly interconnected. And that throughout millennia, ancient societies left lots of signs and signals about this interdependent relationship and how they benefited each other in sustainability and survival, in healing and in medicine. Practitioners of TCM and Buddhism and also indigenous practices, they've long asked the question, where does the person end and nature begin? Is it at the skin that comes in contact with the air? Is it before this when the oxygen is received into the lungs? Is the health of our lungs then separate or different than from the health of the air? We also know that human beings are made up mostly of water. And at what point are we also different than from the water systems in which we consume and interact with? Dr. Nicole Redvers, a naturopath who spoke at the last ICIMH meeting, likes to talk about the fact that that our cells turn over about every 3 months, and that we're actually a living embodiment of the lakes and rivers and streams in which we live. So if there is indeed no separation, are we then perpetuating the same kind of Cartesian dualism that we have successfully done with mind and body, but now with people and planet? So an Australian environmental philosopher, Glenn Albrecht, he coined the term the symbiocene, which comes from the Greek word companionship. And his hope is that this is going to be the next period of human evolution where we can symbiotically reintegrate ourselves back to the natural world in an interconnected way. So maybe if we could actually see ourselves as an extension, as a part of nature instead of separate from it, we might behave in ways that are more thoughtful, less destructive, and view these green behaviors no differently than we do other health behaviors like getting enough sleep and steps and water and fruits and veggies. We know that from lots of really good research that people's positive experiences in safe, natural environments can actually increase attitudes and behaviors of pro-environmental stewardship. We also know, as psychologists and health behavior specialists, that it takes more than positive emotions for change to happen. And that's a great foundation, but people typically benefit from more cues and nudges around these behaviors. And so we turn to existing programs like NatureRx, which are taking off in the United States and in Canada. And early evidence suggests that there is some really good things that are happening from these prescriptions that are given to patients, reducing physiologic markers, things like depression and anxiety, and also just being more physically active. And this is also now extended to universities. There's a big campus NatureRx movement as well, where counseling and psychological programs on campuses are also prescribing nature. And if we think about college campuses like this one, that's actually a picture of your campus. It's an incredible environment in which to do this. In fact, there is a symposia coming up I wanted to share when I was looking at this. It's free and it looks like it's going to be a great day to learn about how to incorporate NatureRx on the campus. And so one popular behavioral strategy for building new health habits is to piggyback or habit stack one new behavior onto an existing one. So if you want to start flossing your teeth more, you might piggyback that onto your existing habit of brushing your teeth. So my idea or question is, what if during these NatureRx conversations, where we're already talking about people going out into nature for 120 minutes a week to do this, what if we also included a second EARTHRx prescription on top of that? That might cue and nudge people to also begin to discern their behaviors and impact on the world. What if they could also get a prescription to make sure they take reusable grocery bags to the grocery store, or bring their coffee mug to work, or make sure they check their lights to see if we can convert them to LED lights? And so this might seem like a small thing, but every bottle that gets recycled is one less piece of trash in the landfill. And when you multiply it by millions, the impact can start to add up. So the piggybacking EARTHRx onto existing NatureRx encounters, it can send a really important message to patients that the health of people and the health of our planet are inextricably linked, and also that they are both the responsibility of our healthcare system. It can also lead to people feeling possibly a little more empowered, maybe a little less eco-anxious. And based on yesterday's conversation, it might help people feel a little more agency and see a pathway so that they can feel some hope. So remember, even the smallest actions can have a really big impact. Look for piggybacking moments of reciprocity to return the favor. And let's put our phones down and get outside. Thank you.
And you see why I was so excited that David was our first speaker. He's doing all the things. It's amazing. Thank you so much, David. So I'm going to get a little bit of assistance here in bringing our next speaker in. I will introduce him as we get the technology up and running. So it is a true privilege to introduce Dr. Bruce Barrett, who is joining us from Wisconsin. Dr. Barrett is a practicing family physician, a research professor and vice chair for research at the Department of Family Medicine and Community Health in the School of Medicine and Public Health at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, my alma mater. Dr. Barrett's research focuses on mindfulness meditation, mind-body interaction, behavioral health, environmental health, population health, and public health. Over the past several years, Dr. Barrett has led an interdisciplinary team of physicians, scientists, environmental advocates, and mindfulness instructors to develop Mindful Climate Action, an educational and behavioral change program designed to help people decrease their carbon footprints while enhancing their personal health and happiness. Thank you so much for joining us today, Bruce. You have the floor. Let's make sure we can hear you.
Hello, can you all hear?
We can hear you. Thank you, Bruce.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that introduction. Thank you for the first two talks. Those were spectacular. I think they fit pretty well with my 7-minute spiel, which you're about to hear. So can you throw up the slides, please?
the master again.
Or I can share my screen if that's easier.
That'd be better.
Okay, great, Bruce, thanks.
Should I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Right. Um, can you see that now?
Yep. We can, if you can do like a full, yeah, you got it.
All right. Thank you for the introduction. I'm going to be telling you about mindful eco-wellness, steps towards personal and planetary health, which is our current name for a mindfulness-based health enhancement program that originally started 6 or 7 years ago as Mindful Climate Action, which we like to say lives on the corner of green and serene. Our goal is to aim to improve eco-wellness, which I define as living life to maximize health, happiness, and environmental sustainability. Our program is based on Jon Kabat-Zinn's mindfulness-based stress reduction. So it really is a mindfulness training program. However, it is aiming for those co-benefits of ecological sustainability as well as personal, mental, and physical health. And we follow ecological themes. So we start out learning breath meditation and also learning about the importance of clean air with a short 10-minute video by Tracy Holloway, who is one of the planet's preeminent air scientists. And then we discuss that after we've learned a little bit about greenhouse gases, particulates, and so on. And then the next week we do water, same thing. We do water meditations for most of the 2 hours of the class, but we also watch a video and discuss the importance of clean water, the hydrological cycle, how we are made of water, how the planet is a water planet, and so on. The next week is then based on food. We borrow Jon Kabat-Zinn's raisin exercise, and we also do mindful eating with some small portions of fruits and vegetables. Practice mindful eating, but then we also watch video and discuss how agricultural production leads to environmental destruction, how some foods have lower carbon footprints than other, and so on. The next week is on transportation, and we practice mindful walking while we learn about and discuss the benefits of physical activity and the harms of fossil fueled mechanized transport. The next 2 weeks, which were originally in the 8-week curriculum on household energy and purchasing and consumption, have actually been replaced now with nature connectedness, nature immersion, like David was talking about. We've got a few different versions from 6, 7, or 8 weeks. I'm doing it as a group medical visit with patients in the University of Wisconsin Health System, UW Health. One of the reasons we changed the name from Mindful Climate Action to Mindful Eco-Wellness was not to stimulate negative reactions on those who don't like the terms climate action, for instance. We always end with ethics, which is really the why do we want our health? Why do we want a healthy planet? How do our personal values fit with our behaviors? There's lots of different things that can be considered eco-wellness behaviors. Most of them promote personal health while improving environmental health. But of course, there's an overlap. Some things are just eco behaviors and some things are just health behaviors. The typical carbon footprint of an American household is around 48 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions per year. And as you can see from this graphic, the majority has to do with the burning of fossil fuels to move our automobiles around and to heat and cool our homes and places of work. But other things have high carbon footprints also, such as what we eat, what we buy, the services, our healthcare. These are very important. It turns out that somewhere between 60 and 75% of the greenhouse gases emitted on planet Earth by humanity come from individual level decisions made at the individual and household level. 2/3 of the carbon footprint could be reduced if we were able to choose truly healthy lifestyles. Eating lower on the food chain is a really big one. This graphic right here shows, this comes from a groundbreaking study, really, published earlier this year. Over 200,000 people were followed for over 30 years. They're able to catalog more than 50,000 deaths and therefore come up with an extremely robust estimate of health over time. And this graphic shows you the hazard ratio of those on the left who are meat eaters and dairy consumers for mortality compared to those on the right who are vegan or low carbon eaters. There's an amazing 20 to 30% reduction in mortality from eating better. This pretty much blows away every medical intervention that modern medicine has ever brought forward. Even bigger for our health is how we move. Physical activity has an even larger impact on our personal health than does eating. Those two together are more important than genetics and healthcare combined in terms of morbidity and mortality. The main thing to do with movement is to walk and bike more. To choose public transport, to not fly, one of the reasons I'm not with you today, or to reduce our flying to very absolute minimum, to carpool if we have to, buses, trains if we have to, but we have to reduce the carbon footprint of movement. And so in just under 7 minutes, thank you very much for listening. I wish I was there in person. It would be a much better interaction, but I'm here in Wisconsin and this is a great conference. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Bruce. We so appreciate both your commitment to walking the talk and also just sharing with us the remarkable work that you are doing, knowing that you are off to present this in other places later today. So thank you for making time for us as well. We appreciate it. And
you are welcome, Christine.
Thank you, Bruce.
This is a great group of people and a really good conference. Thanks everyone.
We're so glad you can join us, and stick around and we'll have you join the panel in a little bit too, Bruce. Thank you. And as we're getting our technology back over to this computer, let me introduce to our next speaker, Dr. Peter Wayne. He is the Bernard Osher Associate Professor of Medicine in the field of Complementary and Integrative Medical Therapies at Harvard Medical School and serves as the director for the Osher Center for Integrative Medicine at Harvard and Brigham and Women's Hospital, though there is some change behind the hospital name that's happening, so just be aware of that. And the primary focus of Dr. Wayne's research is evaluating how mind, body, and related integrative medicine practices, such as Tai Chi, acupuncture, and chiropractic care, clinically impact aging and chronic health conditions, while also understanding the physiological and psychological mechanisms underlying observed therapeutic effects. And on a personal note, I will say again what I've said before, that both it is a pleasure to work with you, and I'm so grateful to you for hiring Aterah. So thank you for joining us, Peter.
Well, thank you, Christine, and thank you to Aterah, and thank you to everyone organizing this conference. And I feel like the first two speakers did this sort of mic drop. There's not much more to say, but I'm going to try to unpack a little bit more of what we've heard in my short presentation today. So I think we've heard from both speakers, but especially from David, that we believe that exposure to nature is really good for your personal health. What I'd like to explore in this sort of habit stacking, I've never heard that term, it's fantastic, but also this sort of co-benefit is, are practicing mind-body integrative therapies, which we know are good for us, also good for the planet? And we sort of unpacked this a little bit. We've already mentioned Aterah and Iman and myself, another Osher fellow, Osher faculty member, explored this idea of reciprocity. Is integrative medicine a good prescription for patients and for the planet? And I think there's good data out there to suggest, and Bruce's talk really unpacked this, that doing these sort of integrative therapies are good for the planet. And one of the ways is simply, I'm just going to pick Tai Chi research, which is an area I'm experienced in. We reduce falls, we change cardiorespiratory events that send people to hospitals, we reduce use of pain procedures, etc. So it's lowering the utilization of the healthcare system, which we know is a significant tax on our ecosystems in terms of carbon budgets and pollution. We also know from some of what we've already heard that these practices can change self-efficacy. If we can keep people healthier, they're going to walk more, they're going to bike more, they're going to make better choices about diet, they're going to change their consumerism. Consumerism is a huge high-cost carbon footprint. And so we know that there's benefits to both individuals and the planet. But what I want to explore a little bit more is this idea of biophilia that was introduced by E.O. Wilson, who in my prior world, I was an evolutionary biologist and got to be a teaching fellow with E.O. Wilson, and he was an incredible human being. But is there a way in which this work really changes our relationship to nature and our care for it? And I'm going to sort of geek out a little bit on the science that brings us to that sort of to a better understanding of that. So there is good data out there. It's growing. It's not perfect. That doing these practices make us nicer people. There's better pro-social behavior. And there's some nice reviews on this and growing data. One lab that's actually in Boston, led by David Distano, has done some really fun creative work showing that exposures to meditation actually makes people nicer. And here's the setup in this study. And they're really fun. I'm really want to talk to David more about this, but psychologists develop these incredible experiments. But in this case, people were exposed to 2 types of meditation or a control group, and they were brought back in for their follow-up measure, they were told. And that follow-up measure included neuroimaging. And while they were sitting in the waiting room to be called, there were 2 other people who were plants, Confederates. And then a third Confederate comes in with crutches, and they're waiting to see if that participant is kinder after doing meditation by giving up the seat. And then they start groaning a little bit, and there was a 5-fold increase in the time, the shortness of the time it took for them to actually kindly get up. So we don't need to do instruments. And interestingly, the Confederates were there on their cell phones actually timing this. So it was a lovely experimental setup. They've replicated this in large scale studies, and that literature is really interesting. This has also been done in some studies in Switzerland where compassion-based training, but not cognitive behavioral training or Italian language training, makes people more compassionate, including when they're asked to think about someone that they dislike actively. After just a few weeks of training, they become more pro-social, even to people that they dislike or disagree with. Another mechanism that's embedded in these practices is gratitude, and not only gratitude for itself, but gratitude to others. And again, this is some work from David Distano's lab, where they set up these really interesting procedures. And in one case, people are doing a task that they told that the studies about cognitive behavior, but their computer breaks. And they're having some trouble. And in one of the scenarios, people come in and they're very kind and they help them resolve the computer issues. We see some issues up here, and gratitude is elicited, and they can measure this. In others, someone comes in and just humors them, and in the third one, they just chat and distract them. And what we find is that even these little exposures to gratitude in these moments change your willingness to help others, this pro-social behavior. So embedded in these mindful practices is changing this behavior. There's also some a good literature to suggest that if you write about things that have made you grateful, as opposed to just happy or very everyday things, it changes your ability to alter your allocation of resources to others, right? And we think that these probably translate into nature, and I'll show you some of that in a second. This one's really interesting to me as a Tai Chi movement person, and Mind Body has movement. This is another one from David Distano's lab. There's more research on this. But in this case, people are brought in and they're told, we want to study the relationship between your ability tap your finger in response to a sound and your cognitive abilities. And we're going to test a few people at the same time. The person across from them wearing headphones, presumably listening to their own rhythm, are tapping. But what they don't know is that they're being randomized to people that will tap in sync with them or tap out of sync with them. And just having someone move together unconsciously changes this relationship, and it leads to greater compassion, which they can measure, and then helping them in another setup task. So moving together. There's a little bit of data out there that cultivating this mindfulness or mindfulness traits make you more connected to nature. So that literature is growing. So there's that link there between what we're learning in pro-social behavior and pro-biophilia. And that literature, I think, needs to be expanded, but I think it's there. This is the one study, and I can't unpack it, but this just came out about a month ago, and it's blown my mind. It's by this woman named Lindsay Barnum. And basically what she has done, this is empirical data on 300 people. She's looked at interoceptive awareness using what some of you know as the Maya scale, multidimensional assessment of interoceptive awareness. It's a mouthful, but it's your awareness of your inner emotional states. She has shown that set of traits predicts your connection to nature. Right, so she's made that link, but more important, equally importantly, she's used sort of attachment theory and secure attachments that sort of predict that. So your comfort with yourself, your openness to really meaningful relationships with others, actually translates to your relationship to nature, and that those are linked to pro-environmental behavior and to your well-being. And she's done this with the most elegant structural equation modeling. So it's not just a thought experiment, but real data. And her conclusion here is the more aware a person is of the connection between their inner bodily sensations and emotions, the more they can bond with nature. So the more we benefit ourselves, the better for nature. This is a quote from my friend Yang Yang. He studied these older women and men, mostly women in the Midwest. I just want to read this quote. Give me a couple of seconds here. But it's about this connection, how the more we go in, the more we connect. And these are Midwestern people who are not sort of hippie folks to start with. They're church-going women. But it says, she wrote, Tai Chi gives a way to create a spiritual moment that's also very helpful. I'm more aware of my spirituality. I would have never thought, when you're doing your meditation and you're bringing energy in, that's God's energy. It's going to be part of me. Like when we do washing your organs or gathering nature, that's God's energy washing through me. It's something that offers an opportunity for connecting myself to a spirit within that is part of a whole. So the further in we go, the more we open and feel connected. Joanne Macy talks about this crisis. I won't read this, but it's about this notion that we're separate. And that separation within ourselves, feeling we're separate, really is the underlying problem in our connection to nature. So to conclude and sort of link to what Bruce and David are saying, I think that there are these clear co-benefits. That it's not only doing mind-body practices are not only good for ourselves, but for nature. I, as a geeky scientist, think if we can understand these processes a little deeper, how we elicit compassion within ourselves, gratitude, how moving together might lead to biophilia, we can develop better interventions. And then again, linking to Bruce's work, I think doing this in nature makes sense. Can we teach people these internal practices, these contemplative practices, while we're co-educating about nature and really articulating that integration? So thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for pulling all those things together in different ways. And I think that's what I'm most excited about for today is hearing all these different perspectives and how do they overlap and how do we support each other and pull pieces from each other and reconstitute them in these new ways. So thank you so much. Next, we're going to turn to the work of Dr. Brendan Fisher. And we've been kind of in this direct healthcare setting realm, and now we're moving out. So stay with us in our flow. And Dr. Fisher is a professor in UVM's Rubenstein School of Environment and Natural Resources. He studies the drivers, both economic and non-economic, of pro-environmental behavior, so connected in very many ways to what we've been thinking about. and also the health benefits people derive from nature. His research and fieldwork lie at the nexus of conservation, development, natural resource economics, and human behavior. He has co-authored 2 books, Valuing Ecosystem Services and A Field Guide to Economics for Conservationists. He teaches courses in sustainability science, behavioral economics, environmental ecological economics, ecosystem management. Speaking from personal experience, he is a very insightful and delightful human, and he is a treasured member of my own UVM community. So thank you so much for joining us, Brendan.
Thanks, Christine. And thank you, Kara and President Prelock and everybody who organized yesterday, last night, and today. It's been amazing. I'm a note taker and I have so much homework to do after this. It's been brilliant and inspirational. So I spend a lot of my time thinking about research where places on the earth have high levels of biodiversity and high levels of human impoverishment. And those areas overlap quite a bit, and particularly in the tropics. And when you're studying and collecting data and doing research in these areas where these overlaps happen, it's very obvious. It hits you right in the face of how important well-functioning ecosystems are for human health. It is obvious, it's right there. So from the simple example of, in many places in sub-Saharan Africa, households still rely on fuel wood or charcoal. About 90% of the households in certain parts rely on fuel wood or charcoal for cooking and heating. So the very action of being able to feed yourself or stay warm is a conversion of standing forest to heat. It's so important to have these ecosystems functioning in these areas. And about 12 years ago, a colleague of mine, Taylor Ricketts, who I think you might hear from later today, or maybe not, at the big thing. Okay, so if you come after this event, we wrote this grant. And what we did was we gathered a whole bunch of people into a room. We had some MDs, we had experts in public health, we had geographers, economists, ecologists, biologists, conservation scientists, anthropologists, marine biologists, several other gists. And we decided that we want to really try to unpack how changing ecosystems affect human health outcomes. And so we created this database with existing data where we were able to collect data on households all over, especially in least developed countries, on the wealth of the household, the materials the household was made out of, floors, plumbing, water, distance to water, a whole bunch of characteristics within the household, and about the gender and age and education of household members. Lots of ecological and climate data like forest cover, deforestation, rainfall, drought anomalies, rainfall anomalies, etc. How many livestock are on the landscape. And then health data, so real biometric measuring of things like the height and weight of children, so we can look at stunting and wasting, anemia, parasitemia, fever, mortality, diarrheal disease, dietary diversity, so a whole bunch of things. And we wound up with this database, this massive 400 or so variables and over 100,000 observations, so really big data. And with that data, what we were able to do was isolate the effect of well-functioning ecosystems, and in many of the cases, understanding the isolated effect of having forest in the watershed or near your household or near your community has on health outcomes. And what we found was that forests really have a big impact on reducing diarrheal disease, which is the #2 cause of mortality of children under 5 on Earth. Increased dietary diversity, reduced stunting, which afflicts about 100 million children on the planet, reduced anemia, and reduced malaria incidence. So huge impacts of having forest near or in your watershed. But we found out that these impacts weren't universal. And so our diarrheal disease impact was really only for folks in rural areas. Dietary diversity, most significant for the poorest households. Reduced stunting for the poorest households with actual access to the forest. So not just in their watershed, but they could actually access it and walk to it. reduced anemia, but mainly for the most educated. So those households that knew how to collect, we see vitamin C and vitamin A rich foods from the forest and know how important and significant they are. And reduce malaria, but only for the poorest households and those that are in the range of specific mosquito species. So the mosquitoes that prefer to bite during the day, so during working fuelwood collecting farming hours, and those who have preference for human blood over livestock blood. So nuanced results, but really clearly showing the impact of forest on human health. Now, in these areas, I said it's very obvious, this impact, and a bunch of us that I work with are only slowly coming around to seeing that the effects are similar in places that are more developed. So we've worked a little bit more recently on looking at urban parks and forest in Beijing and in many Chinese cities, and then also here in Vermont, finding that, you know, the access to these things gives you access to improved air quality and have been critical for self-reported moods and the ability to practice cultural activities. This is in China, in times where air pollution is really high. So this spiritual connection piece. And during COVID and travel restrictions, we did studies here in Vermont showing that local forest, urban forest, and your local natural area that you could easily access, self-reported reduced stress, increased social connection. So this time when we are feeling disconnected, having these spaces to be outside in community with other people was really important to folks, and reported critical spaces during times of anxiety out there in the world. I think our work really sits clearly or carefully in the planetary health definition, where we're actually measuring a human health outcome at the level of the person or the community with a change or a conservation of an ecosystem. The integrated health, we're slow to coming around, but we are coming around to stress, anxiety, mood, and thinking about the whole person a little bit more deeply. And healthcare, Christine has been slowly nudging me to get involved, and our group, and loving the idea of trying to make some more impact and thinking about Nature RX. Again, a bunch of my notes for the last night and today are all about, oh my gosh, what do we need to learn in order to help? And we're happy even just to bring sandwiches to the meetings where we're thinking about healthcare and just being part of that community. Taylor and I often get to go around and give these talks, but the real kind of brains, energy, and strength behind a lot of the work we do come from our postdocs that we've had over the last 10 years, Renivo, Alicia, Diego, Robin, and Tefes. They're really the driving engines of a lot of the data we've done. And they're really the ones that has helped us bring evidence to the idea that investing in conservation, investing in nature is really an investment in human health. So with that, I'll end, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Brendan. I really appreciate your willingness to play in this space with us. And I feel like there are lots of good things that we can be doing together to expand, right? Here we're in this more expansive part of our arc for the morning. And you were just talking about, things that were making me think about, what can we do in the future? And this is what we're doing in the future. I'm very honored to introduce to you our next speaker, Chellie Nayar, fondly known as Chellie. She's a medical student in the University of Vermont Larner College of Medicine class of 2025. She's the lead author of the inaugural Planetary Health Report Card for our own College of Medicine here at UVM. The focus of her 2024 family medicine clerkship was planetary health, helping providers and patients prepare for climate change. When researching this introduction, like how can I introduce Chellie best? I came across this. She does not know that I was going to share this. And I have to say, when I saw this and I read this, I was speechless, as you are all in this moment, because this to me is the future of healthcare. Thank you so much for being with us, Chellie. Please join us.
Thank you, Christine. It's really amazing to be here with all of you and kind of learn from all of your experiences, and also kind of share the work that me and a lot of other medical students at UVM have done in this area. For me, I think hearing a lot of what you guys are doing has sort of just built on something that I feel has been a part of my life since really the beginning. Growing up in California, I think climate change and planetary health has been sort of a big theme of my life. I know, like, here you have snow days where school is closed because of the snow. When I was growing up, we had like smoke days and fire days because like our community and school was right at the foothills of the mountains that almost every year would have wildfires, and there would be days where the particulate matter was so high that we wouldn't even be able to go to school, and the administration would want us to stay home and sort of protect ourselves from those fires. And I think just being exposed to that from a very young age made me really inspired to find a way to act on that. And through medicine, I've seen a really incredible way to put that into action. But when I got to medical school, I was a little bit surprised to see how little we actually focus on learning about the climate impacts of health. And so I found the Planetary Health Report Card, which is a student-led initiative. It was founded by medical students at the University of San Francisco School of Medicine in 2019 and puts together a metrics-based initiative that has a standardized tool for evaluating planetary health at health professional schools, so anywhere from medical schools to nursing schools to pharmacy schools. And it's completed annually and updated each year and measures 5 criteria. So curriculum, research, institutional support, community outreach and advocacy, and campus sustainability. So why did we want to join? When I got to the UVM Lerner College of Medicine, I wanted to have a larger hand in planetary health, and I helped start a group of interested medical students in sort of being involved in planetary health. And the group of us were all interested in getting involved and finding ways that we could use our interest to actually make change. And this was sort of based on our experiences, and many of us, similar to me, grew up really feeling the effects of climate change from a very young age. And sort of knowing that climate change and pollution have a huge effect on health, that there's an inequality in who is actually feeling that burden, and that as people going into healthcare, we were also going to be large contributors. So we set out with the goal of joining the Planetary Health Report Card and evaluating our institution's curriculum and our impact as an institution on planetary health. We wanted to use this as a framework to build off of discussions to really increase our engagement in planetary health and provide a framework for improvement. I'm a big believer that education is sort of the best way to make change. I found that throughout my life, I was always inspired to engage in planetary health. And that was just because I was exposed to all of that information and exposed to sort of living in that kind of world, but not everyone is. And when you're a patient and you go to a doctor and your doctor doesn't have experience or knowledge to really grapple with those changes, I think there's a big disconnect there. And so we completed the report card last year, and I think people, especially in medicine, look at a C+ with horror. There it is. Okay, sorry. So we evaluated our curriculum and found that there is discussion of planetary health themes kind of sprinkled in throughout the curriculum, but it wasn't really integrated into what we do. And I know most people aren't necessarily familiar with medical curriculum, but you sort of do the preclinical in your first like year and a half to 2 years, and then you go into the clinic and see that stuff implemented. And then in your last year, your fourth year, you really integrate what you want to do in the future and sort of take more intensive rotations and more intensive clinical responsibilities to prepare you for actually becoming the physician that you want to be. And while we were learning about planetary health sort of here and there and sporadic preclinical courses, there wasn't really a unifying factor that really inspired students to understand the connections between the planet and our health. And while it was something that I saw in every clerkship, and while it's something I saw in many patient interactions, I wanted my peers to be able to see that as well. So with sorry. Okay. So with the completion of this report, we found that there were a number of ways to sort of a number of opportunities to take our work. And so we are hoping to integrate planetary health into the medical curriculum in various ways by introducing medical students to a lot of the factors that that they'll end up seeing in both preclinical and clinical experience. Increase support for students interested in planetary health, and increase the partnerships between our school, but also the university as a whole, which is doing a lot of work. I guess when I see my medical school experience, I see a lot of the values that I came into medical school with reflected in the work that I've done. And I want my peers and other medical students after me to be able to understand sort of all of the work that all of you all are doing in integrating that into their clinical practice. And in doing this, it is a team effort. And I think there are so many efforts and so many experiences that we've drawn on. It wouldn't have been without the work of other medical students and other interested people who are working to make planetary health a larger part of our medical experience. So thank you.
Of medical care, future of planetary health. They're together. They need to be together. So thank you so much for the work you're doing, Chellie. And now our final speaker for the morning. I am absolutely delighted to introduce Diane Imrie, who is the Network Director for Sustainability here at the University of Vermont Health Network. In her previous role as the UVM Medical Center Director of Nutrition Services, Diane introduced several innovative programs in the medical center, including culinary medicine and a nationally recognized sustainable food program, which I have to say, especially students at UVM campus know that the best place to get food on campus is at the hospital. You don't hear that often, right? Like usually hospital food, people are a little bit. Diane is amazing in the work that she has done to elevate nutrition truly, and in collaboration with our local farmers and the local community to make sure we have healthy, local, organic foods available. She also helped found the Medical Center's Sustainability Council. Her work has helped elevate the sustainability work of the hospital in ways that have garnered national recognition and several prestigious awards, including the 2016 Silver Plate Award for Food Service and the 2024 Practice Green Health Emerald Award. So, Diane, thank you so much. Please come and join us.
Yes. Thanks. And the clicker is here. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Boy, some tough acts to follow this morning. So as Christine mentioned, I'm the Network Director of Sustainability. So our health network is 6 hospitals across Vermont and Northern New York, and home health and hospice. So pretty good span across our region. So we all know the call to action. defining healthcare crisis of our time, but where does healthcare fit? So healthcare is a major polluter. 8.5% of our pollution in this country comes from healthcare alone. So we're taking more than our share for sure. But the flip side of that is there are so many opportunities to improve our sustainability initiatives. So today I'm hoping to share just a few of them with you and try to help you see where you might fit if you're not already in healthcare, or if you're in healthcare, where can you lean in a little bit? So these are what we call our sort of our major impact areas. And so if you're a healthcare provider, you probably see where you've connected with some of these areas before. I know a lot of folks say, oh, we've got to fix energy, but actually energy is only about 20% of our footprint in healthcare. So other areas, food waste, our food system, of course, lots of folks here know about that. Our supply chain, OR in particular, is a major contributor to waste. And then, you know, I think it touches pretty much everywhere across the system. So how do we know what to do? I'm not going to ask you to read through this, but we often rely on an organization called Practice Green Health for some guidance. They are an industry leader in solutions in healthcare. And so I was tasked to create a strategic plan or a roadmap for the network. And so I won't touch on all the detail, but just share with you the top 4 strategies that we are embracing over the next few years to have to lessen our impact. And so the first is obviously mitigation. So really focusing on our energy systems, transportation in particular, and supply chains. So thinking about how can we, as an example, convert single-use devices to reusables? Dabbling in resilience, but I will say this is new across the country, particularly new in Vermont, as we've more recently experienced the impact of flooding, et cetera. So really, we need to prepare as healthcare providers for a different future, and we need to prepare for our community expecting new things of us. Embracing really our leadership voice. So we come to the table in terms of all of the other health aspects that we're involved in, cancer, access, finance of the healthcare system. We now need to really start embracing our voice around climate change as the experts that we are expected to be. And then an engagement strategy. So I hope that you leave this discussion understanding that there's a place at the table for all of us. No matter what you do for a living, there is something that you can help with. Let's see. So I'm just going to do a couple of examples of what's going on right now. So I can't believe I'm talking about the fleet, because I think about my car as a great big purse, but now I'm a fleet manager. So significant component of our emissions across 6 hospitals. You can imagine we have a lot of vehicles. We use them all day long, 24 hours. I chose to focus on the fleet because honestly, it's easier than changing energy systems in buildings across our network. So we decided as a quick solution was to go with short-term leasing of vehicles so that we could change our fleet more quickly, go with hybrid first. We have our first 3 hybrid coming in the next couple of months. They're on order. And then as we build out our EV charging system to be able to more quickly convert to electric. So obviously cost savings come along with that, decreased greenhouse gas impact, but another sort of whole health approach is that it's really going to be an employee satisfier. We have employees driving 15-year-old vehicles. So now they'll get a new vehicle and feel a little bit better in their work. So planetary health and how do we impact? If you've been in a hospital, you've seen blue wrap, you know what this problem is. If you haven't, I'll share. The operating rooms across this country generate 255 million pounds of blue wrap a year wasted. Up until, the last few years, there wasn't even a recycling stream for that. Kudos to our champion at UVM Medical Center right next door, developed the system that is being modeled across the country now for recycling. She was one of the champions at the table, but recycling really just isn't enough. So I want to leave you with the question of, why did we do it? So the containers on the far right side, we've always had those, what they call rigid containers for sterilized items. We've always had that. Why did we go to blue wrap? I'll just challenge us to think, when blue wrap came onto the market, if we had had a sustainability lens in mind, would we have made that decision? So whole person health, again, our workforce is critical. I've got 2 minutes. I'm going quick. This isn't a great picture, but it looks like a great big cage. But what is it? It's actually new at UVM Medical Center. We recognize, of course, that workforce health is critical. We had a major issue of bike theft, and so we were trying to encourage active transportation. At the same time, people didn't feel safe to bring their bike to work. So we tried to get this built for many years until we put a sustainability lens on it, and we opened this last week. And so now, obviously, we're able to support green, more active transportation. So we have healthier, happier employees at the same time with those climate co-benefits. So do you see yourself in here? If you're anywhere, if you're touching healthcare, there are so many places. You can't pull a string in healthcare without knocking on someone's door, touching at least 5 other departments whenever you do a project. We are just so connected. It's a very complex organization. So I challenge you to think about where do you fit? I believe there are solutions at hand. We can all play a part. And so I'm just going to leave you with this invitation. What part would you like to play? That's it. Thank you.
I think, Diane, you have set us up so beautifully. What part would you like to play? What part would you like to play in all of this? So amazing. I'm just, I'm amazed at what you have all brought to us, and I'm really excited about the conversations that we were both to have. So I'm going to invite the panel to come and join us at the front table now so that we can all see you. So come on up. So we're going to bring Bruce Barrett back up here as well. And while we're working on that technology, Bruce, know that we are about to find you again. And we wanted to give the panel an opportunity to speak with each other before we open it up more broadly, because we see so many interesting connections between the work that you're doing. We thought it'd be really beneficial to hear from you first. What are you interested in? What has sparked your imagination from things that you've heard of the other panel members? What questions do you have for each other? And so we'll just open the floor to you, and we have some time for this. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, like we can play with this little. And when we're reaching that 15-minute mark, if you're still going, I'll just ring the bell, and then we'll move out to a broader audience conversation. So who would like to start us off? And Bruce, let's just make sure we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Perfect. Thank you.
Excellent.
Okay, I'll start. I guess this is a question for probably our first 3 panelists. And I really enjoyed the mind-body connection and thinking about Tai Chi and these this coursework. And I fully believe the science and the literature. And I think I guess my question to you is, and maybe it speaks to nudging as well and habit stacking, is how does it happen that you get people to try these or incorporate these habits or alternative practices for those who just don't want to do it? So these approaches can work for people who are already bought into at least trying it. And so, I mean, I guess that's a question. Is there a trick? Is there something we can do to get other people kind of on the escalator towards trying alternative approaches?
I'll take a stab. So the trans-theoretical model or stages of change model, which was developed around addiction, tells us that we can't until people are ready. That by asking people to change things, stop smoking, stop driving, whatever you're going to do, will engender reactivity if you directly confront. So I think what we have to do is build systems of endearment, systems of support, systems of showing people how happy and healthy we are when we live an eco-wellness life. Nudging in healthy ways, but confrontation don't work.
I think it's a really it's an important question for the work that I do and that our lab does. Is we really try to help reframe mindfulness practices as another health behavior. And we try to take it off the mantle a little bit of being something mystical and make it more accessible, like getting enough sleep, walking enough, drinking enough water. And we try to take that kind of neutral approach to meet people who might be put off by whether it's thinking that they're practicing a new religion or form of spirituality, and making it more just about this regular thing that's really good for us. And we've shown that in health. And so we talk about how can we get mindful awareness in the water like fluoride has become. And we've done lots of studies trying to meet people in different ways that they need to be met. So I think one answer to your question is to really know about what audience it is we're talking about and try to find out ways in which they need to be met to engage in a practice like, for example, mindfulness meditation. So we've worked with your grandfathers getting cancer treatment. How do you message, do you want to join this mindfulness study? We've worked with busy physicians who say they are interested but never show up because they don't have time. So there's always this kind of getting to know you period that that's I think really essential to how do we best meet you, whether it's with a 10-minute or a 8-week version of this kind of training.
Question? Good. Okay. So in this work, I've discovered that it's the most unusual partnerships that are becoming so successful to the work. And I was wondering for anybody on the panel, if you found partners in unusual places, and if you can tell us a little bit about that. Oh.
You first.
Me first? Let's see. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Thank you. I guess I won't describe necessarily new partnerships, but I'll just put a challenge out there that, on some days I need a data analyst just for an hour. On some days I met a communication specialist this morning. I might ask him to spend an hour with me. These are things that everybody can use their expertise, but might not have their usual hat on. And so that's what I was thinking. So I was thinking about the Planetary, the NatureRx. Are there partners in our communities that might be of benefit? I think about a couple at the medical center. We have our garden educator here. She does that professionally. Might that be a good partnership? And the concept of the shared medical appointments, to me, is most effective when you've got different practitioners at the table. So it's curiosity.
I think this partnership piece is really important. It really takes more than a village, a globe, and it takes so many different perspectives. When Helene was at our center at Harvard, along with our dean, we dismantled this division into a center without walls. It was a real sort of connected set of things. And part of it was to bring people together initially in integrative health. And what we found was that there were all these people doing similar things that didn't know about each other. And Helene had this sort of Cohen, which is what happens to a community when it becomes aware of itself. And so these resources start synergizing. What I think we're finding now is that this goes beyond just integrative health. As we think about planetary health, we find that there are people in the economy school that are thinking really similar questions, bigger scale budgets. We're seeing people in planetary and health sciences and nutrition. And so I think we're finding that by inviting people together, and I think what Dr. Prelock's doing here and this whole planetary health piece, and I think UVM is such a beautiful incubator, having people in forest ecology and medicine all coming together. But I think in some ways it's often surprising, but in other ways it's not surprising. But it's important to create these large containers, to create these transdisciplinary discussions, including people at our divinity school talking to people in atmospheric chemistry. But I think really it's going to take this complex challenge, a lot of diverse perspectives and those surprise connections.
We live in a capitalist society where money is extremely important, and it turns out that most of our partners are actually the people who pull the strings at high levels. Want to save money, and it is way, way cheaper to have people eat right and move around right, not toxify themselves or the environment. It saves trillions in healthcare dollars. We found partners here at the University of Wisconsin in the administration and financial sectors of the university and the healthcare system. As soon as they started looking at the numbers we've increased our size footprint by 15-20% over the last 10 or 15 years, while reducing our energy use by 10 to 15% for a total 25%, per square foot savings in use of energy, which brings in many, many dollars. So I think that we want to be thinking about financial sectors as partners, and listening to the economists who have done the calculations and are showing us it is just way, way cheaper to act on climate change now, and better for our people.
I was going to ask a new question.
Just one thing, it's been on my mind. So this isn't a partnership in our own work, but just this past week, we've had colleagues in from Rwanda, and they have been working on gorilla protection, mountain gorilla protection in Rwanda. And their most important partners over the last 20 years have been to protect mountain gorillas have been the poachers. And so when Edwin Sabahuro, who was here yesterday speaking to our students, this amazingly emotional talk, how they turned poachers into rangers, and you can check CNN and you can watch videos on Edwin's work, but absolutely transformational and hugely emotive. And those are partners who were on the exact opposite side of the table when the problem started. And so it's just a really inspirational story to my students and myself, where sometimes your best partner is like on the complete opposite side of the table.
One more partnership thing to share. Is this on? I'm on a track called the Team Scientist track, where just by definition, we're encouraged and invited to work collaboratively across multiple disciplines. And when I heard that this was a track, I thought that was just what research was about. But it's nice that that's reinforced and supported. And for the most part, a lot of the studies I do, I work with very similar people to myself. And it's just a nature of a lot of the questions we ask and funding. And so while I love the idea of research, as research, it's been challenging. And then recently I stumbled upon some funding that involved foresters and food scientists and immunologists, and it's a study I probably talk about the least. In fact, I don't think anyone in my department knows about it because it seems so far out there from what I normally work in and do. But it is one of the most exciting because it's just this fest of ideas and perspectives that has really taken off. And so I think it's if it can happen with purpose, great, but it also can happen, I think, sometimes just by surprise, and it's a really good thing.
I guess my question is sort of to everyone, and I think part of the answer is like collaboration. But when I talk to a lot of people about thinking about planetary health more, I get a lot of excitement about the idea of doing things. And then when it comes time to implementing change and sort of putting in the effort to do those things, it becomes a little bit more difficult. And I'm guilty of this too. It's really challenging to find the time to actually do the work. So I'm sort of asking everyone here, how do you actually continue to do the work even when it's really hard?
I think we can all do so much more. I think in our hope with in what we heard from Molly yesterday, you know, hope is really good, and building on what's already happening. I think one metaphor I'm learning about, both as a scientist, but also I teach these practices in the community, is put on your own oxygen mask first. And if we start to take care of ourselves, and then we start to appreciate what wellness is, most of the time, and the research shows this, is that if you feel better, you're going to do better things for other people. And I think that's a way to start. And many people will want to take care of themselves. I know there's barriers that Bruce mentioned, but that's one way. And I think particularly in communities, and then that might move out into other ways of social activism. But if we feel crappy ourselves, we're less likely to be willing to support other bigger initiatives. So I think that's one very practical way. And I think it's one of those co-benefits of health, personal health and planetary health.
Sensing a natural pause in the conversation, we're going to open it up for the audience to ask questions. And we do have some microphones that we can bring around. So if you have a question, I see Beth and lovely man who I'm forgetting your name, but we know each other well. Bert, thank you. Jackie has a microphone right there, and then we'll start passing it around.
Thank you. So I'm really intrigued by this excellent conversation and the presentations. And what came to mind to me first this morning was how 80 years ago, almost 80 years ago, WHO defined health, you know, as the state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. And it seems like it's taken us a long time to really adopt that view of health. What concerns me, though, I think, is the counter forces. And I started to hear some of this just now in the panel, but it seems like there are counter forces that need to be addressed in order for us to be successful in this endeavor. One is population growth. I mean, it seems to me that we cannot think about this planet as absorbing more and more people until it reaches the point where the resources are depleted and the population, because of that, starts to naturally die off. Science illiteracy. We have a lot of discussion about science, and yet I think there's a huge amount of science illiteracy in our population, and that makes it difficult to have these conversations with people. The whole issue of free market and capitalism forces is running counter sometimes to the things that are being talked about here. And something that I heard once at a meeting, which, in a public health meeting, they said we'll never make progress in the area of public health until we can address the problem of psychotic individualism. And I think that is a huge problem. And then finally, just the fear of people who are different, whether they think differently, look differently, you know, those issues in human populations lead to discrimination, domination, even elimination. And so all of those forces to me run counter to what we're trying to accomplish here. I don't know how we're going to address those, but I think they need to be addressed.
Thoughts from the panel?
Those are hugely important comments. I think that we need to accept the fact that we are in the midst of the Anthropocene, where a quarter of the species that were here 100, 200 years ago are gone from our actions. Another quarter are likely to be gone. Climate change and global heating are happening. We cannot stop. We cannot reverse entirely. We can mitigate and we can adapt, but I think we have to accept the fact that this is very dire, and that lots of people are putting on the blinders and just going for what they want to do right now. With that acceptance, we then commit. We then commit to our own health and happiness and to each other. And we join forces with people, and we accept that even the people who are opposing us are good individuals who love their families and have positive virtue. With that, we can move forward step by step, working with each other. But it is a tough situation, and everything we do has a little bit of a carbon footprint, so we're all responsible. So you have to accept that fact and then commit to trying to leave the world a little bit better than you found it, and trying to work with not only your friends, but your enemies, to try to work together for solutions.
Okay, I guess I'm going to turn momentarily away from the very dark topic of climate change and go back to how do we get these ideas into the minds of society more broadly. And first, I want to give a shout out to everybody on the panel. I think that everyone is doing such phenomenal work. Special shout out to Chellie Nayar, because this is all extracurricular for her. That's a huge endeavor. So my comment and then my question is, how do we get this material into the medical school curriculum? I see that all of this great work sort of withering on the vine unless you can get it into the minds of the people who are delivering the care. They are the foot soldiers for this effort. Unless we get this material into the medical school curriculum, it remains, I'm afraid to say this because it's all wonderful work, but I think it just remains in the ivory tower, in the centers of academia. And we need people like Chellie. I'm a medical doctor myself, to be speaking to people about this, doing the nature prescription, et cetera. And I would also add that that there is a model for that. In my career, I've seen the evolution of quality and safety as something that we just now incorporate into practice in medicine. It's expected. I believe it's in the curriculum. If it's not in the curriculum, it's certainly something that we try to practice every day. And there's no reason why this, sustainability efforts and this other material couldn't become a part of that, and undergo the same sort of incorporation into our day-to-day practice. So my question to everyone is, how do we get this into the curriculum? There you go. And thank you.
Oh, yes, we need to hear from our dean of the College of Medicine. Oh, Julie has.
Hi, thank you very much. First of all, amazing session last night, amazing session this morning. I've just been stunned by the work that people are doing, and congratulate the organizers and the speakers. And Chellie, my goodness, you make us all proud. It's amazing you come to a meeting like this to really find out what's going on. And C+ stinks. I was a pre-med once as well. So how it happens is exactly this, is awareness. And it is, when it was examined, I think, as you noted, this was woven through perhaps the curriculum, but not in any substantive or organized way. And that's what we need to work on. Now that I have the mic, I have a quick question. I saw a patient on Tuesday in my cardiology clinic. I'm a cardiac electrophysiologist, heart rhythm specialist, and he'd stopped exercising as much. He and his wife had stopped exercising as much. He's gained some weight, and he lost his dog of many years a few months ago. And there was sadness, and also the dog dragged him outside on a regular basis. So I found myself, we talked about this. I've been caring for him for a couple of years. This is an annual follow-up. And when I think back at it, I think I prescribed a dog. And well, I'm not sure what the carbon footprint of that is, but indeed, he made the comment, I don't want my dog to outlive me. And I said, don't worry about that. The dog will be okay, but being a dog. So bottom line is, how about and we have the Morgan Horse Farm, which I haven't visited yet and gives great peace, I'm told. How about interspecies activity in terms of wellness, health, getting outside, appreciating nature, so you end up giving back?
Absolutely. The antidote to pain and despair is hope and love. And a dog can be a love partner.
Quite large.
I think
I have a dog, but it is.
No free lunch.
First, I want to respond to your asking about getting planetary health into the medical school curriculum. Part of OSHA, we are working on that. Aterah, Christine, and I are working on a 4-hour planetary health curriculum, part of an elective for medical students on integrative health. So it's a start. So that should be out in the winter sometime. So the University of Vermont, of course, will be part of that. My question, Dr. Langevin made me think about it. I know she's not up there, but we are learning more and more the complexity of nature as we're destroying it. And that it's not so simple to say you need to take one element, everything is interactive. And we're just learning it more and more. We're learning it, soil science, our gut microbiome, and also the intact native forests and tropical forests. And my question is, how can we, and how are you including that it is so complex we don't understand it yet, that we don't want to destroy it? Is there a way to include that in all of our work? Because perhaps that also will be something, another nudge that people will realize the importance of keeping things intact. Thank you.
Thank you. Such a great question. And this is a question we get all the time, believe me. So as a funder of research, NCCIH, this is one of the first things when we started putting together our strategic plan 6 years ago on whole person health. The first question is, well, how are you going to do this? It's too complicated. And what happens when people, for example, submit grant applications that are too complex? They get the dreaded fishing expedition death sentence, which guarantees your application is not going to be funded. And so we had to get around that. So we thought, okay, let's start with, we had a workshop in 2021 on whole person research. How do you do research on, and in this case was health. So we hadn't sort of getting into the environment and the planet at that point, but this could be applied. And what we started realizing is that the time was right for this. If we had wanted to have that workshop even 10 years ago, it would have just not succeeded. But the fact that our now advances in computational methods and our ability now to embrace masses of complex data and understand it, and also develop statistical methods to do rigorous explanation, such as the type of analysis that Peter presented, where you can actually derive relationships between various different components, not just two at a time, many at a time. This is new. We didn't used to know how to do this. And we have, of course, artificial intelligence, which is really has to be harnessed in a careful way in order to do all that. So I would say
this is a very hopeful situation that we are right now because our ability to do this kind of complex work is matching our increased awareness of the importance of complexity. So I think we're in a good place. I'm optimistic anyway.
I'd just like to add to that, that we need to continue to cultivate a sort of level of humility of not knowing, and that in that unknown, there may be things that we regret if we act in certain ways. And I think, thinking back to my life as an ecologist, in species preservation, it's like, well, who cares about, this insect or this plant or that plant? And we appreciate that there are things about how individual species fit into ecosystems we don't know. But even from the human perspective, the utilitarianism, maybe that plant has the next cure for cancer or whatever. So I think there's just this one place where we leave a little bit of that humility that hopefully can compete with the capitalism of immediate response and needs. I think it's a balance.
Hi, everybody. I'm Taylor Ricketts. I work here at UVM. And I was really inspired, David, by some of your graphics about the water flowing through the planet and through us, and the air flowing through the planet and through us. And that as an education point and maybe a meditation point to sort of erase this boundary between people and nature, which doesn't exist. And so this might sound a little weird, but I wondered what you all thought from an education and clinical and in consultation with patients about another thing we share, which is just our microbiome. So there are more cells of other things than us in each of our bodies. And those things flow into nature and flow into us. And so we're essentially this like walking ecosystem, like a wetland is, or like a reef is, and not just us. So that to me, I'm reading this book about that by Ed Yong right now. We contain multitudes, right? So, and not only do we contain them, but it has like shaped us. It regulates our genes up and down. It trains our immune system, all this stuff. So we are just like another ecosystem walking around each of us. And I just wondered if that's in the clinic an inspiring idea to connect people to nature, or more disgusting than inspiring to people. Is that another way to sort of erase the line between people and the ecosystem of the planet?
I think it's beautiful. And I don't remember the concept you talked about, Ellen, about Otherworld with William Shatner. What is that called? Overview effect. I feel like in a way it helps provide an overview effect at a different level, at our universe inside. And if we take that, to the galaxy or universe level, we are as an Earth just a buzzing atom, and so it goes all the way down. So I just, the way you just described that, I think it provides a great vision and visual for this interconnectedness and how it doesn't, again, I think I talked about where does nature end and we begin, and where is that line really drawn?
I guess I have maybe another perspective. I think I also agree. It's a beautiful idea. And I think it's one that a lot of us in the room share. But it is also something I've noticed that maybe isn't necessarily on the minds of people who I've seen in my short experience of being in clinic, where a lot of people are sort of more immediately concerned about the issues facing their mortality. So in clinic, I found that people don't necessarily want to talk about their whole health. They want to talk about their weight loss. They want to talk about their hypertension. They want to talk about the hospital visit that they just got out of after just being in another hospital visit and being in and out of the hospital for the past several years. And I think it's incredible that we can sort of talk about the whole health of people. But I think when I see how climate change is affecting people, it's affecting the people who aren't able to think about those things. And so how do we connect with those people and deal with the climate issues that are affecting those people in a way that they'll understand? And I think that's also important and sort of helpful for me to realize as I sort of figure out how I want to direct my experience.
We're going to take just one last question now. And Erin, yeah. Yes, Chellie, yes. There was a question or comment from our Dean of Agriculture and Life Sciences.
Thanks. I'm Leslie Parisi, Dean of the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences and home of the Morgan Horse Farm and a lot of planetary health activities. And this is an amazing conference, so thank you. I just had a comment, and that was related to the idea that this takes time and there's not enough time. So there's a Vermonter, he's not originally a Vermonter, but Bill McKibben lives in Vermont. He's a writer and an activist, and he has a movement called Third Act. And the idea is that the baby boomers have done a lot to get us to where we are in terms of planetary health, so they owe us. And many baby boomers are retired or retiring, so they do have time potentially to help with this. So I just want to say that's one source of help to improve our planetary health.
Thank you so much. We're going, I know there are more questions. Scarlett, we see you, and hold on. What we want to do is make sure that we have time for you all to think and reflect on these things. And during this time, we invite you to come and speak with each other, speak with the panel. We're going to pull back up our slides to give you all some questions to think about individually and in groups. And while we're getting that, can I invite everyone to stand up and stretch and just dance around in whatever way your body wants to move right now? Because we have been sitting and I haven't been thoughtful in the way that I try to be because I'm so involved. I'm moving, but I'm seeing that you are not yet moving. So please take care of yourselves. And friendly reminder, at any point during the day, if you would like to get up and move, feel free. I always invite my students to stand in the back, stand at the side and stretch, do what is best for you.
Yep.
And we will bring up some questions for you to think about in these next few minutes and to connect with, right? Do this in the way that makes sense to you. If you just want to sit and think about things yourself or jot some questions, or if you want to engage with our panelists about these questions, or if you want to just speak with your neighbors, people who you're already working with, somebody new you haven't met yet, think about where you are falling out in. What are you finding curious here? What's sparking your interest? What's one thing that you can commit to doing today, tomorrow, as soon as possible that helps you take the next step towards what it is that you are interested in? Do you want to look up a particular paper? Do you want to make a phone call or send an email? Don't send too many emails. We're all overburdened with emails, right? But like connect with someone. So we'll click on to the next one here.
We're getting there.
So we've
One more.
done that. There we are.
Okay, there we are.
So here we are. What is sparking your interest in general, or specifically about this connection between health, healthcare, integrative health,
It's okay.
planetary health? How is your thinking changing? When you came in here, you had some idea of what planetary health was. Is it still the same? Is it deepening? Is it broadening? Is there something that you're picking up that is helping you think about what does it mean for people to be healthy? What does it mean for the environment to be healthy? What does it mean for those two things to be connected? What's that reciprocal piece that we are the earth is us? What are you thinking in that realm? And if our goal here for everyone gathered is to build connections and inspire action, what's one thing you can do within your sphere of influence? So please take the next 5-10 minutes. We'll call you back with the bell to just think in this space. Any of these questions that's resonating with you.
And reminder about the
And after you have a little bit of time to think about it, there's this QR code. QR codes are everywhere these days. They're amazing and powerful. And we have them here. When you are ready, after you've had some time to think about this, if you click on that QR code, it will bring you to a simple little survey where you can just jot anonymously your responses to this. And we are interested in collecting that, both in the morning, you'll see the same thing in the afternoon. We're going to use that to help us figure out at UVM, in the Osher Center, in the Osher Collaborative, what are things that people are really interested in? How do we continue these conversations in the future? So think about where you fall out first, and then if you would be so engaged, go ahead and tell us on the QR code. So take a few moments and thank you.
Then you come around to like you weren't last year yourself and find out what's important. I feel like that's where I'm slowly coming around. So it's like I need to do less and find, and you said like joy and like the thing that you really want to do, and you're going to do it well. I'm slow to,
Well, as a teacher of Tai Chi who was really neurotic and stressed academic, I dragged my tiredness into class, and I'm like, less is more,
Yes.
And I keep teaching myself that, but it is.
Remember the lesson you've already learned.
But I even think linking that to how do we bring people in
That was so good. Hi, Peter. Yeah, great to meet you. He's the dean of the department.
It's environmental.
School
So
for environment.
I
Oh yeah.
I work in the environmental suite.
Yeah. My office is.
Yeah. And
We recently sold it.
I did it. I jumped ship and went to the first one.
Oh yeah, the most sustainable school in history.
And about human ecology.
Yeah,
Yeah,
such
we
a-
all majored and not majoring.
Yeah.
That's a really, I think that's really
very
good.
good. Did you ever work with Julia Africa?
Yes.
Over
She
in-
worked with us for a little while
Yeah.
as an undergraduate, and then she went into the school of public health.
Yeah, exactly. Well, she and I did some work together on with Park Service with sounds. So we do a lot of work in acoustic and acoustic environment. But I know she like her work and traffic and all kinds of stuff. It's like, oh man, it's totally intersecting with her. I haven't been in touch with her in a few years, but she
She was, young woman.
Yeah. Yep. Still in Boston. It's really cool. So great. Those were great presentations.
Had so much to think about.
It's really cool. I've started in robotics and getting my head around everything going on here. It's awesome. And that postdoc, like the whole, like, I think what we're talking about is exactly what this is, right? Like seeing the continue building those bridges.
Yeah, so Addie announced like a competition on campus of like, let's bring other people together to the postdoc. Like I said in my slide, somebody that actually has the time to do all the real hard
We need a
work.
champion.
And I think having that.
And given the permission, it's okay, because it's so hard as a young academic, you need to really become an expert. Jack of all trades. But we need experts that see the connections.
I think the beauty of this one, kind of like some others out there, is that this postdoc has a little bit more freedom, because if they do it to that Peter had to put forward the tenure track position for them, right? So it's like they do it, like it's not, I need this published papers as a postdoc. It's like, oh, if I do what I understand, I can also do it. So I think that safety, that freedom.
I was thinking about it's so cool to do person's freedom to get my head around.
Our culture center within Interim, we give grants away, but they need to be
right.
And people who never worked together and girls and hospitals and so we've taken visualize these who's collaborating, co-publishing, but it's like eating, and it's truly
Well, it's like David's point, like the research he never talks about is the one he finds the most interesting and with the most diverse. Like, I really like that part of art.
Which is another
I miss Taylor when Taylor brought up like they were like contemplating. It's like I feel like just look.
Some guy in the back that's going to talk this out, Michael Ferguson, and we funded just our resiliency program. So my PhD was at
On my way to down to see him in the next month. We haven't come up with a date yet. Okay, I'll have to talk to him.
Spent 15 years studying bird trees and comparative ecophysiology, and then that led into climate change. So it's an LTER.
Yep.
Right? And so what we done, we brought these articles there, and we go and resiliency, sound healing. While they walked around the LTR and learned about indigenous practices, the history of the land. Now they have a big indigenous component there. Humans in landscapes, they have what they so much in college. So we have now data on, and if you look at like respiration, like
Yeah.
but it's like, so that's my question. Those are my questions that I ask Bruce and David.
You know, like, so you're waiting, that direction, like you're illustrating, and they were talking about perfectionist,
right?
You know, now,
right? Yeah,
How do you, that's my
but you know, personally, of all 5 elements, you know, we want
can we bring this agent vibration? I think we can.
And so, I was just thinking about like, we're so,
and this is gonna have an
you could say, hey, here's all this data.
So I teach a lot on behavioral economics and people's behavior and nudges and all these things. And I think one of the things that we need to back away from is like what works and what doesn't versus like some things work for certain people, some things don't work for others, but they're all very different. And the median response might be working. Actually, knowing, needing to understand who it really doesn't work for might be more important than what the median response of whatever the intervention. So,
and in some of these things, like just so close that you can focus on the physical, you can focus on meditation, breathing, social,
and you can get those benefits by not even caring, you know.
And they come every time. But they're, it's like cooking a house slowly. They don't realize that they're.
We call it the
So you don't need to stop your conversations, but we wanted to just let you know two things. One, friendly reminder, if you would be so kind as to share any thoughts you have in that QR code. It'll just ask you basically these same three questions. We'd love to know where your conversations are right now, so feel free to share. We also wanted to let you know that right now we have a built-in 10-minute break. So you've been talking, continue talking in whatever way works for you. Feel free to go out into the sunshine. Bathrooms are right through this wall here. Please come back at 11:40 where we will have a contemplative practice. So thank you all for sharing feedback and continue the conversation. It's going to be fun because it runs into it runs into yeah, I'm not gonna wait. There was something people are asking about the slides. Have we gotten permission from the speakers to post them? We haven't. And Romans.
And then where should I be?
Wherever you want. You can take one of these and walk, or you can just stand, whatever works for you. I am so energized personally by all of the great conversation I hear going on, and we want to invite you back into the space, both in body and in mind and in spirit, because I'm so excited to share with you one of our treasured people here on campus, one of my personally favorite people on campus who I do not get to spend enough time with. But this is Zach Ispalanda. Zach is a senior lecturer here in UVM's Rubenstein School of Environment and Natural Resources. He is truly a beloved member of our UVM community. He has studied and practiced meditation for over 20 years. He's particularly interested in the role of contemplative practices and what they can play in undoing systems of oppression and creating conditions for collective liberation and sustainability. Perfect fit for what we have been talking about this morning. In addition to his role at UVM, Zach is a teacher at Inward Bound Mindfulness Education, a teacher at the Contemplative Semester, and he works with people throughout the country as a mindfulness coach and Dharma facilitator. Please join me in welcoming Zach. Yes.
You can take that one, Zach. Yeah.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Thanks for that lovely introduction. Such a pleasure to be with you all. I wish I could have been here for more of this, but I've been teaching about honeybees all morning. So yeah, I know lunch is approaching and I don't want to put myself between you and lunch. So we're gonna go until noon. And so before we get started, so this is going to be guided meditation that we're going to do. So I'll walk you through it. But just before we start, I just want to thank you all for being here and doing this work. I know all of you are doing this work towards planetary health, if we want to frame it that way, in many diverse and different ways. And that's just such important work and labor these days in the world. So even though I don't know a lot of you, although I do know some of you, I know you're all doing work that's just so incredibly important. So thank you for whatever it is that you're doing to move us towards sustainability and reducing the amount of harm and suffering that's happening and will happen in the future. So I'm going to guide us in about 10 minutes of meditation, and then I'll stick around for a few minutes afterwards if anybody wants to talk about meditation, mindfulness, Dharma, and the relationship between that and personal, interpersonal, and planetary health, which is a favorite topic of mine. So I see these things as all inextricably interrelated, as I'm sure many of you do too. So talking to Christine for about 30 seconds before we got started, we came up with a plan. And luckily I do this a lot, although not necessarily for such a big group very often. And I'm going to lead us in a practice. Well, the first thing I'll say is this is 100% voluntary. And I feel like it's really important to say, especially in guiding people to go inwards and pay attention to how they feel and to actually notice what's going on in there. That can be intense. And I don't want anybody to feel like you have to do anything. So just, preemptive sort of caveat that this is all challenge by choice. And I'm going to offer instructions, and it might sound like I'm telling you what to do, but just know that you have agency, and I really want to encourage you to exercise your sovereignty, in what you do with your own mind. Not that we're going to do anything that intense, but that's relative. For some people, just sitting and being quiet with your eyes closed for a few minutes is really intense. for very valid reasons. So I'm going to sit down just to join you all in sitting. And we're going to do sort of a few preliminary simple practices to guide us in. And then the main practice that I want to do with you all today is called breathing with the trees. And this is a practice that I learned from one of my friends and mentors, Kaylin Sullivan, Two Trees, who some of you may know. She's based part of the time here in Vermont and has taught some really amazing classes here at UVM from time to time. She actually calls it "the trees are breathing us." So that's another way to think about it. So we'll begin, and I'll invite you first just to get as comfortable as you can. So just check in with your body, check in with your posture. Is this how you want to be for the next 10 minutes? If not, feel free to adjust. You can sit, you can stand, you can lie down if you want to. So just taking a few moments to notice your body, any adjustments, stretching, or moving that you need to do. You know, this is ultimately about well-being. And so let's start with that. You don't need to add any suffering to your experience right now. And you can close your eyes if you like, or just find somewhere to rest your gaze. And as we're beginning to settle in, I want to invite you to just recognize that for the next 10 minutes, we're entering into a different type of space, a different way of being. You don't need to accomplish anything or go anywhere. You don't need to perform or be anybody in particular. We're, as much as possible, just setting that aside for now to move into a different way of being where the main orientation is just to be present with whatever's arising, to not fight whatever you're experiencing, to not grasp after something different, just to experiment with what it's like to be really present, open, spacious, grounded with what's happening right here, right now, internally and externally. So you can take a couple deep breaths at your own pace. Just a nice big inhale, nice full exhale. Really try to notice, what does that exhalation feel like? Attuning to the quality of relaxation, letting go, release on the exhale. And on the inhale, noticing the qualities of expansion, the energizing quality of the inhale. And if you feel like either of these two energies is what you need, a little bit more energy and uplift, you can really emphasize the inhale. If it feels like some letting go, relaxation, and grounding would be helpful for you, you can emphasize the exhale. And then you can allow your breath to return to natural rhythm. And again, we'll bring our attention to the body. And you can just gently allow your attention to flow through your body from your head down to your feet. Just noticing all of the different sensations that are present. And also just seeing if there's anything you can relax. Is there any voluntary tension you're holding anywhere that you might be able to let go of? Relaxing the forehead, the jaw, shoulders, belly. And from here, we're going to move into a little bit of grounding, connecting with earth energy, the experience of being grounded and held. So I'll invite you to just notice the sensations of being supported by your chair, just in a simple, direct way. The sensations of pressure, contact, temperature. Just actually noticing that the chair is supporting you in space right now. And you can feel your feet on the ground. And again, just seeing if you can actually feel that. It's not about thinking about it, but direct sensations of feet on the ground. And even just with these simple experiences of being supported by a chair, of feeling your feet on the ground, you can connect to the experience of being supported, being held. To the qualities of solidity, firmness, groundedness. And then you can allow your attention to drop even lower, imagining it dropping down through the floor and just becoming aware of the ground and the earth below us, the soil, the water, and the massive slab of bedrock, miles thick, that is supporting and holding us right now. Just seeing if you can attune yourself to the presence of the earth and the bedrock below us. Again, connecting to this sense of solidity of being held and supported by the earth, quite literally. And then when you're ready, coming back again to the body. We'll bring a light attention again to the rise and fall of the breath. And just beginning to contemplate the in-breath and the out-breath. As you exhale, you can imagine the breath going out, mingling with the air in this room, expanding and diffusing out. Just imagine it expanding, finding its way outside, catching the breeze, joining the atmosphere. And thinking about the green photosynthesizing beings all around us, the trees, the grass, the shrubs, the flowers. And you can imagine that as you exhale, those green beings are inhaling that carbon dioxide. And in turn, they're exuding oxygen into the atmosphere. And as you inhale, you can begin to imagine that you're inhaling that very oxygen into your body. Imagining it's moving into your lungs, diffusing into your bloodstream, nourishing every cell in your body. And you can allow this view of breathing with the trees to expand, contemplating all of the photosynthesizing beings on this planet, the trees, grasses, shrubs, the phytoplankton in the ocean, And just simply recognizing that we're breathing with all the green, all the trees. So we'll just spend a few more moments just simply breathing, being aware that we're breathing with the trees, that just simply in this automatic function of our body, we're always already deeply interconnected with life on this planet. And then so beginning to close, just calling yourself back. If you're holding images of trees or anything else, you can just let that dissolve. Bringing yourself back to this room, this chair. Taking a moment again to ground yourself, feeling your feet touching the ground. And then when you're ready, you can open your eyes. And I'll invite you to just do a little bit of movement or stretching to help reawaken your body. All right, thank you all. It's really nice to spend a little bit of time with you. I hope you enjoy your lunch. If you felt like you connected to any sense of groundedness or peace or interconnection, just see if you can.
Welcome back, everyone. You can make your ways to a comfortable position for yourself for the afternoon. There is still food out there. We welcome people. Please continue eating. There's still quite a lot of food, so go back again if you are interested. As we start off the afternoon session, I just want to introduce our moderator for the afternoon. Many of you who are in the room with the OSHA Collaborative, of course, know Aterah. But those of you who are UVM might not be familiar with Aterah. And so I want to just let you know how I'm trying to not embarrass her because she said, don't embarrass me, but she's amazing. Aterah Nusrat is the Senior Program Manager and Director of Programming in Integrative Medicine and Planetary Health at Harvard's Osher Center for Integrative Health. And she's the chair of the Osher Collaborative Planetary Health Working Group, where I have had the great pleasure of getting to know and work with her. She has a background in environmental sustainability program management and holds a Master of Science in Environmental Technology from Imperial College and certificates in climate change and health from EARTHRx and the Yale School of Public Health. She's the first author on 2 groundbreaking articles that bring forth the connection between healthcare and planetary health, including Integrative Medicine is a good prescription for patients and planet, and What Are We Thinking? A call for integrative healthcare to consciously serve planetary health. It has been a true pleasure to work with you these past almost 2 years, and please join me in welcoming Aterah.
I didn't test this. I don't know how this all works. Go this way.
You can click here.
What, this one?
Yep, right there.
That's Zach.
Over here.
You're good. Okay. Okay. All right. And all right. Great to be here. What an amazing morning. So thank you, Christine, for that lovely introduction. So I've never been there where somebody's introduced the moderator to introduce everybody else, but there we go. So before I introduce this afternoon's speakers, I just wanted to highlight a couple of events I think might be of interest to everybody here. So you heard Bruce Barrett, David Victorson, and Peter Wayne speak this morning. And this afternoon, you're going to hear from Michael Ferguson and Christine Vatovec. Vatovec, sorry, Vatovec. They're all going to be part of this event that we've been planning furiously coming up in the next 3 weeks. So the OSHA Collaborative for Integrative Health has been working on creating a virtual symposium. We did one last year on healthy aging, and this year's topic is healthy people, healthy planet. And obviously, we would love for all of you to come. It's going to build on some of the topics that we're discussing here. So I think what we're doing here together is continuing to inform, and I'm sure all of you are connected with other groups, networks, organizations. So everything we do builds, the next project. And we're very excited about this. It's a one-day symposium, and we really want to get the message out in relationship to the continuum that we're speaking about: healthy individual lifestyle, healthy relationships and connections, healthy community, healthy lifespan, and healthy futures. That's the arc that we're trying to paint with this symposium, and we really want to help support some of the things we've been speaking about. How do we help facilitate a value shift, a paradigm shift? How do people's worldviews change? And you can't force that, but you can encourage that by just helping people along that continuum. So that's one thing that we're doing, and please come and join us for that. And another thing that's actually happening right now as we speak in Sweden is the Inner Development Goals Summit. And this has emerged, I think, in response to people's realization that it's not that easy to meet the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. So there's 17 goals at the SDG level. And there's a big gap in actually meeting those, like the huge gaps in terms of meeting, eradicating poverty and hunger, all of these goals for 2030. And people are saying, well, we need to have the inner capacities to meet those outer goals. And so the inner development goals, it's emerged out of I think a partnership of a few different organizations. It's been going for a few years now, and it's really about addressing that space in between. So this year's topic is the space in between. So again, like what we're doing here, how do we bring different disciplines together? What is that creative space between that new innovative ideas can emerge out of? But it's not just about the ideas, it's about the cultural space. It's about what they call the we space between us. So they have 5 dimensions, a framework of being, thinking, relating, collaborating, and acting. And there's a real space here for the integrative health and medicine community, because a lot of the modalities that we bring to the table facilitate inner resilience. They facilitate the kind of mind-body connection that we're talking about here, and they take it further. So I just wanted to share that with you. I'm just out of curiosity, how many people have heard of the Inner Development Goals? So just a handful, but this is a real sweet spot for both communities here, I think, in terms of bringing the inner and outer together. And for me, I find it very inspiring, because it's another one of those events, just like what we're doing here, that you hear about and you realize a lot of people are trying to make a difference and are putting in the time and the effort and their own heart and energy into doing that. And then one more thing I wanted to share is not my paper. So earlier this week, when we were in our OSHA collaborative meeting, Lisa flashed this screen up. And I remember thinking about, okay, we have quite a few talks on food systems here today. We have 3 in our session this afternoon. I think we had one this morning, right? And a few of our colleagues from the OSHA Collaborative, from Northwestern, Harvard, and University of Washington, put this together. It's a commentary. It's very short. So if you scan that QR code, you can actually get full access to it and read it. But what I found interesting about this is they're presenting an integrative culinary medicine framework, and they're looking at going beyond the physiological benefits of good nutrition. And they're saying that we also need to include discussion about the spiritual, cultural, and emotional dimensions of eating in culinary medicine curricula. So I thought I'd love to hear some of our speakers this afternoon also touch on that, because that obviously brings together the outer and the inner. So that's all I want to share in relationship to contextual kind of pieces. So this afternoon's talks are going to continue on the theme of inner and outer, bringing those together. We're going to have Dr. Michael Ferguson speak first. He's going to be speaking about neurospirituality and eco-spirituality. So we're starting at a nice light topic. And then we'll go to the work of Carlos Andres, I'm going to get it wrong, Gallegos Rio Fria. Yes, right. And he's going to be speaking about some of the work happening at the Agroecology and Planetary Health Research Program here at UVM. And then we'll go to Chellie Nayar, also from UVM. She's going to be speaking about superfoods. And then we'll be staying on the theme of food systems with Dr. Emily Bellarmino. I'm not sure if I've got that correct. Is that okay? And she's going to be exploring how to support the adoption of plant-based diets. And Dr. Amy Trubeck from UVM will be speaking about the climate kitchen. So we're going to have a nice nexus around food systems there. And then to close us out, we're going to have Dr. Beth Zygmunt, who will be exploring the power of policy. So with that, I would just give a little introduction to Dr. Michael Ferguson. He is an instructor in neurology at Harvard Medical School, a lecturer on neurospirituality at Harvard Divinity School, and a course co-instructor on the cognitive neuroscience of meditation at Harvard College. He earned his PhD in bioengineering at the University of Utah, where he studied religious experience using functional magnetic resonance imaging. Dr. Ferguson completed postdoctoral fellowships in cognitive neuroscience at Cornell University and in cognitive neurology at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center in Boston. And after that, he joined the neurology faculty at Brigham and Women's Hospital. So Dr. Ferguson is going to be exploring the links between neurospirituality and eco-spirituality and share the outcomes of a recent Earth Compassion retreat that he held earlier this year with first-year Harvard College students in the Harvard Forest. So Dr. Ferguson, please.
Thank you so much for that warm introduction. And thank you to all of the organizers who have put so much effort into creating this remarkable experience. I've been taken aback by how truly integrative all of the themes are and how multidisciplinary it is. Usually I have to persuade people of one of two things. One, either that the brain actually matters. So when I'm at the Divinity School, that's the most typical question I get is like, why does it matter what the brain is doing during all of this? But then on the other side of the river, the medical school, the question I often get is, why does it matter what spirituality has to say about human experience? And so it's like, okay. But I feel like here, in general, people are already convinced the brain matters and spirituality matters. So thank you for that. I only have a few minutes here, so let's move. We're going to be talking about nature, neurospirituality and nature connectedness. And so I want to just do a quick interactive calibration of the room. If everybody could tap your feet or just kind of like stomp a little bit. Okay, so we're calibrating our signal. Okay. Now, thank you. Now, if you have some kind of a spiritual practice yourself, go ahead and stomp your feet again. We'll just compare. Okay, so it's good. Okay, the signals are pretty close to each other there. And then for good measure, if you feel like you have a healthy connection to nature, or an aspirational connection. Okay, there we go. All right, well, somehow that was even louder than the baseline signal. So what is neurospirituality? In short, it is the application of human neuroscience methods to study aspects of spirituality, which can be defined in numerous ways. I typically punt and go with the Oxford Handbook of Positive Psychology definition, which is a search for the sacred. Tons, we could spend like a whole seminar just defining spirituality. I do have references to some of my work on the neuroscience of spirituality in case anyone wants to take a deeper dive. But why study this? Well, many people report that their core sense of meaning and identity are associated with spirituality. And there have even been scientific cases that are widely cited, widely discussed, that spirituality ought to be considered a sixth personality dimension, along with the 5-factor model of openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, neuroticism. Maybe to like cut right to the chase here, some of my own work has identified a brain circuit that is grounded in the midbrain as having central involvement with key aspects of human spirituality. And this is really surprising because I think, oh, spirituality, abstract, neocortex. Whoa, but to see that we were getting our strongest signal in parts of the brain that are so deeply influential in global motivational systems was not only striking, but promising as well. Putting this into comparison with previous work that's been done on mapping compassion, so loving kindness meditations, various compassion stimuli, the paraqueductal gray and its corridor with the ventral tegmental area in the midbrain, that's the largest activation cluster that's consistent across 16 different independent compassion, loving kindness, fMRI studies. So you put those together, and again, wow, the fact that these are sharing brain substrates immediately leads me to think of psychological and also behavioral interventional hypotheses that we might have additive or even synergistic effects if we can weave together spiritual and compassion content. Some of the work that I've been able to do that's been sponsored by the Osher Center is to get quantitative psychological data on nature connectedness, engagement with beauty, and compassion for others. And again, I think that most of us have an intuition that these are all related. I really do try to ground it in, traditions of philosophy, traditions of spiritual wisdom. And so one touch point from Kant, from Immanuel Kant, his Critique of Judgment, is that there is something about nature and beautiful nature that stirs our capacities to love, that these engagements and their synergies to mutually reinforce have been long observed and even analyzed productively. So given both the psychological quantitative data as well as the neurological data linking spirituality and compassion, we designed a pilot retreat experience for the undergraduate students at Harvard College. We took them out into the Harvard forest, so they got nature immersion, nature exposure. We had content that was taught around especially land-based indigenous spiritual traditions, and then also brought in a panel of Abrahamic faith representatives to talk about spirituality within tradition-oriented religiousness. This goes probably further into the weeds than we need to go, but in the neuroaesthetics literature, so looking at the responses of the brain to different types of beauty, the periaqueductal gray, that region that we saw activated with aspects of spirituality, aspects of compassion, it's most specifically stimulated by auditory beauty. And so we had sound bath that was a part of this experience as well, to draw on that thread. And in short, the students, we did not say, look as hyped up as you possibly can for this photo. Like, just by the end of it, they're just glowing and beaming. And this was some feedback that we got from one of our participants. I might have missed my time cues. How am I doing? I'm good, okay. So one of the students afterwards said, earth compassion means energy and love. It means exploration of yourself and how you interact with the earth, not only why, but how. It means understanding that you came from the earth and that for there to have been life, Mother Earth had to love first. This is one of the most beautiful things I learned at the retreat, that life comes from love. Everything starts with love. I believe that something that is good for one thing is good for all others, because we are not separate from the environment or anything else. And these are the exact types of outcomes that we're hoping to have more commonly in our students. One of the things that is tricky in this type of work, when we're quantifying, when we're measuring, is to really figure out, okay, what are the quote unquote endpoints for this? Are we satisfied that, like, yay, students felt blissed out at the end of a 3-day experience? That's good, that's good. Do we want to demonstrate longitudinally that there's an increase in nature connectedness? Perhaps that could be useful as well. So that, as we're discussing, I would love to hear how other folks are thinking about endpoints, because I'll be honest that I do resist a little bit having it be like, oh, here's a clinical symptom, and our endpoint is whether or not this clinical symptom moved. That's important, that's valuable, but it's really a part of the bigger picture and one of those intrinsic challenges for this holistic research. Next step directions here are going to include, for example, longitudinal waves of data collection to try to piece apart what are the causal directions here. Going back to the other slide with nature connectedness, engagement with beauty, compassion for others, those are all points where we can have strategic intervention, but it would refine our strategy to understand, okay, what is leading what? Is it that, oh, more typically nature connectedness follows an intervention that increases engagement with beauty? And I do think that that causal data from longitudinal studies is going to be essential as we refine these types of interventions. Last thing that I'll say for now is that we're very interested also in ways that others have brought in spirituality. The postdoctoral fellow who we have on this project has done a wonderful job with her tribal conditions, with Ojibwe and Anishinaabe, seven grandfather teachings in particular. But again, we're really looking for a way that we can blend the specific and the broad, without naive universalizing about spirituality, to still, though, identify the common threads that run through various traditions so that students can have something where they're like, oh, I relate to that. Oh, I can appreciate this expression of spirituality, as opposed to feeling like there's anything being imposed on them. So lastly, I will just say thank you so much to the Osher Center for supporting this really revelatory work, and to my collaborators who have also helped make this possible. So thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Michael. And Peter and I had the honor and pleasure of actually joining Michael on that Harvard College retreat in Harvard Forest. So it was wonderful. So next we are going to try again. Carlos Andrés Gallegos Rio Frio. Please come join us. So Carlos Andrés, he's a research assistant professor in the Department of Agriculture, Landscape and Environment, and the co-coordinator of the Agroecology and Planetary Health Research Program at the Institute of Agroecology at the University of Vermont. So his interdisciplinary profile combines behavioral, life and social sciences, arts and communications, and he has more than a decade of experience in applied and community-based research spanning Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Australia, and the United States. So Carlos Andrés is the principal investigator of 3 research projects framed with participative, transdisciplinary, pluralistic, and justice-oriented lens. He is going to be sharing his work with us today through a 3-part story that includes a call for greater pluralism and diversity in studying the effects of nature on mental health and well-being, an exploration of the rights of nature as a paradigm shift in Earth system law and governance, and a regional study that emphasizes the need to expand planetary health through dialogue with indigenous and rural communities in Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia. So please, Carlos.
I'm going to be swift. Am I going the wrong direction? Oh, great. So 3 stories, as have been already said. This one, I think that is pretty straightforward. This is a pool of 174 studies about the effects of nature in mental health and well-being. I think that it's pretty evident the circles are proportional, so you can see where the research has been conducted since 2010 to 2020, but you can also see and appreciate what is missing. So a large part of the world. So yes, we are seeing an important issue of diversity and pluralism, and we argue this is a planetary health problem. Something that was striking for us is that in the pool, 107 studies didn't report the race and ethnicity of their participants. And we know that we are different in terms of cognitive realms and psychologies across the globe. So these, of course, brought a lot of media attention. And with our team, we wanted to be really clear on the message that we wanted to provide. We have an evidence base that is important. We also have to question and analyze the constructs, the methods, the theories. And the way of doing that, in our view, is by expanding the borders. We have to do it together. So kind of a key lesson is planetary health is contingent to the cultural web of the planet, the ethnosphere. A large platform like the IPCC would talk about indigenous knowledge. And yeah, this is fundamental. Now, I'll talk about frogs, collisions, and mining. I'll speak a little bit of the rights of nature framework. Ecuador has recognized the rights of nature since 2008 in the national constitution. You are seeing now one of the most biodiverse places on the face of Earth. In the map, you're seeing in this diagonal section in green, the Intact Valley, currently in huge threat for mining activities. And here, I believe, are the superstars of this story. Wow. Okay. Okay. Not sure what's going on. Oh. It's weird. Yes. So thank you. This little folk in here recently discovered rocket frog, appropriately named Resistance. The name chosen by the people symbolizes 30 years resistance to mining activity in the Intact Valley. So this is a plantive, thanks to the framework of the rights of nature, along with the Junin community, a settlement with 40 households. And they filed a lawsuit and they won. And as a result of that, at the constitutional level, one of the largest mining companies in the world, copper activity, had to stop activity in the Intact Valley. This is a big win for humanity. You can see how intricate and complex is this landscape, also how beautiful it is. The Intact Valley, you see there, this is a case of planetary health equity and justice. Takeaway lesson. These type of frameworks help us to balance the power dynamics between a frog, a small community, and large corporative interest aided by the government. And this is the final story. This is a regional study I'm not seeing there in Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia. The idea was to talk and consult with indigenous groups, Quechua groups, about their view about complex constructs like mental health, nature, depression, anxiety, stress. We tried to be very careful in how we did this work because we know that it's really hard to convey these views in Western science. We are still grappling in how a graphical representation would look like and seeing the large frameworks like One Health and Planetary Health. I'm seeing a lot of boxes, and in the Andean view, we have a lot of process and interconnection. So this will take a time until we fully digest what's going on. I really like today when we were talking in the morning about how to support behaviors, and Bruce says, support systems. Well, that is cultures. There are cultures like in the Andes that are inherently sustainable, and we are seeing that very clearly in terms of dietary patterns, lifestyles, and the management of the agro-ecosystem. So here, this is an invitation. You are seeing a few shots of our new film that we are trying to produce. Tincuy the Gathering is an invitation for this dialogue for Western science and other systems of knowledge. Planetary health is something we have to do it genuinely inclusive. We have to do it together. And a gratitude map, because these stories cannot be told without the aid and the support of amazing people. I know some of oh, perfect. To me, it's more than what I need. Without the support of amazing people that have been supporting this work. In the Institute for Agroecology, we have been very, very lucky of being given a space for agroecology and planetary health. It's a modest research program. There are other things happening in the Institute of Agroecology. So Ernesto Mendez and Karen Nostrom, they are doing contemplative practices for transformative agroecology. So thinking in the inner development goals. I am very lucky because I have an amazing co-coordinator, Amaya Carrasco. who actually was part of the other stories and is part of our present stories. So we are now engaged and fully engaged in participatory research action here in Vermont, working with BIPOC communities, working at the speed of trust, because for us that is so fundamental, and asking questions like who would own the data and for what purpose. So we want our data to lead to advocacy efforts. And on the other side, thanks to very long engaged work in the Andes, we can conduct a natural experiment, a proof of concept, very like long data, because even working with a small sample, we want to go very into deep with plenty of variables, including microbiome, plant soil microbiome, and many other variables. So let's see what is the end result of comparing traditional agroecosystems and other forms of food production, and what would happen with indigenous people when they migrate to cities. So yet to see. Here a quick overview of a year in our small endeavor, and an invitation for our spring course in agroecology and planetary health, discussing many issues affecting rural communities like the demographic transition, nutrition transition, and those fundamental themes for planetary health. A quick invitation for the National Alliance for Nature and Health. If you are interested, shoot us an email. We are happy to talk about it. And this is a quick view on the BIPOC Nature and Health Task Force. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carlos Andres. Two things I took away is particularly the ethnosphere and the speed of trust. So next we have Juliana Nayar. So Juliana Nayar is a good graduate fellow at the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences, Department of Community Development and Applied Economics at the University of Vermont. She is exploring the interface of public policy, place-based education, and agriculture, and how power dynamics affect sustainability in the food system. She is interested in shifting paradigms related to food and consumption to support agroecological transitions and drive more just and sustainable supply chains in Brazil. Julia has a bachelor's in biology and a master's in sociocultural anthropology, and is pursuing a certificate in ecological economics. She is affiliated with the Institute of Agroecology at UVM, and her PhD is funded through Leadership for the Ecozoic, a program for a transformative action research between McGill University and UVM. In her presentation, Julia is going to explore superfoods through a marketing narrative instead of a nutritional category, exposing negative social and ecological effects for producers and consumers. And she's going to discuss global cases illustrating specific consequences of superfood markets and potentially more sustainable and just pathways forward. So thank you, Juliana.
Which one? Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Juliana Nayar. I'm a PhD candidate here at the University of Vermont, and I study political agroecology and ecological economics. And I will talk to you about some of the negative effects of superfood markets. So many of us are familiar with the idea or fact that food commodities affect ecosystems. So palm oil or soybean monocultures being directly related to deforestation. But many of us are often not familiar with the idea that food commodities also affect cultures and economies, especially in the geographies where these foods are grown. So I'm going to talk to you about superfoods. When you think of superfoods, you might think of nuts, fruits, seeds, roots, almost any fruit, any food group. And I'm sure in this room there are varying definitions of what superfoods are. And if you go online, you might get confused. Luckily, critical food scholars and some nutritionists have agreed that superfood is actually a marketing narrative instead of a nutritional category. And it can apply to new products, to rebrand familiar products such as almonds, or to non-foods like shampoos, lotions, and so on. Superfoods are very vague in form, so they come in all these different forms, but also in powders, shots, shakes, and so on. And the narratives lie somewhere in the boundary between food, medicine, and miracles. And they speak to consumers' preoccupations around disease, aging, weight, health, skin, vitality, energy, and so on. And lately, superfoods also have sustainability claims. Superfoods also come loaded with imagery of exotic, pristine, tribal, and otherness categories. However, superfood marketing is largely unverified and exaggerated. I'm not saying these foods here are not healthy. Of course, people in this room know they are. But quinoa, for example, might have some nutritional properties that blueberries don't have, and vice versa. And on their own, they won't do any miracles, as the marketing says. Superfood marketing is very effective at increasing demand, and this is what I'm going to talk about mostly. And superfoods they follow fashion cycles. One year they're in, the next year they're not, and this has very significant consequences for agriculture. So thinking of market mechanisms, here I am going to generalize what happens how markets work, again, generalizing. So when demand goes up, which is many times the intention of this marketing and many times well-intended as well, when demand goes up, price goes up, and when price goes up, food is directed towards those who can pay the most and away from those who can't pay, or generally who have consumed these foods traditionally, or away from those who need these foods. So access is limited. When access is limited, diets change. So there are reports of people, instead of eating quinoa, shifting to eating processed ramen. And again, this is generalizing, is not the case in every region. There are also reports of schools in the Amazon serving chocolate milk instead of acai juice, as they had traditionally. Agriculture also shifts to meet this demand, and so biodiversity in agriculture also goes down. Processed food is loaded with culture, so cultures are also affected. Food cultures are affected, of course, and policy changes, legislation changes, and what happens is that small localized food economies go from being small and local to economies of scale. And this is something I've been studying with the acai market in the Amazon in particular. Consumers are also affected. Stereotypes about health, beauty, body normality are reinforced, replicated. Stereotypes about farmers and traditional communities where these foods are grown are also reinforced. Superfoods are extremely expensive, so an already marginalized consumer does not have access to these foods, and there's also a symbolic burden because people think they are not feeding their children these foods that are going to save them and make them live longer. Some authors say superfood marketing is gendered, but overall, this marketing depoliticizes issues of hunger, poverty, body, and health anxiety, among many others. This is an example of a marketing narrative of acai products in Australia. And here I should say that my dissertation specifically looks at foods that are grown in agroecology settings and are marketed as superfood, again, with good intentions, because these are very small supply chains. And looking at how agroecology as a paradigm may or may not contribute to the resistance against corporate pressure and corporate co-optation of these markets, and looking at market trends. So thinking of the connections of the summit, planetary, integrative, and healthcare, we all know that consumption practices affect our own health and in turn our healthcare systems, but consumption patterns also affect production systems and trade, which in turn affect local diets, local cultures, and ecosystems in the geographies where these foods come from. So it's good not only to think about where our food comes from, but also how it is made and who suffers and who gains from food transactions. And of course, in this room, we all know that short travel, grown, shared, and minimally processed food are contribute to our mental health, our holistic health, and of course to our planetary health and our healthcare. And some things to work on: legal accountability, education, political economy, education of food, celebrating nutrition from all fruits and veggies, resisting definitions of normal bodies, especially those that feed corporate advertisement, avoiding wasting food, growing, sharing, gifting, and repeat, and supporting sustainable agricultures and bottom-up certifications and other schemes, CSAs, co-ops, short supply chains, food sovereignty, many food movements, locally and globally. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliana. I love that. But celebrate the nutrition of all fruits and veggies. I think that's good. So now we're going to move on to Dr. Emily Bellarmino. So Dr. Bellarmino is a Gund Fellow and Assistant Professor in the Department of Nutrition and Food Sciences and the Food Systems Program at the University of Vermont. Dr. Bellarmino holds an undergraduate degree in environmental studies from Mount Holyoke College and a master's degree in public health and agriculture, food and environment from Tufts University. She has a PhD in public health and policy from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, where her dissertation explored opportunities to leverage vegan food, fruit and vegetable value chains for nutrition. Dr. Bellarmino completed postdoctoral training in community nutrition at Cornell University, working on projects related to rural health and local food systems in the United States. She works both domestically and internationally, and her current research focuses on two areas, namely food and nutrition security among at-risk populations and sustainable diets. So today, Dr. Bellarmino is going to share her work on exploring the links between diets, the environment, and human health by using positive deviants to support plant-based diets. So thank you, Dr. Bellarmino.
Thank you. That was so nice. Fantastic. So despite decades of action around nutrition, we know that malnutrition continues to be pervasive. It is the primary cause of poor health globally. We also know that the food systems, the dominant food systems that are supporting our diets, are among the largest sources of environmental burdens. So major users of natural resources, but also major contributors to pollution. That all sounds really dire and negative, but there's the flip side to this, which is that more nutritious diets derived from more sustainable food systems could have important benefits for human health and the planet. So really linking with this planetary health theme. We know that nutrient-rich diets are major contributors to cardiometabolic health, to positive cardiovascular outcomes. We also know that food systems and agriculture have lots and lots of environmental potential. They can, our plants can sequester carbon, agricultural landscapes can filter water. Like there's lots of benefits that we can gain from this as well. And when we start to think about transitions to more sustainable food systems and more sustainable diets, there's three main themes that come up over and over again in the literature. The first is a shift
among populations in higher income countries to plant-based diets. The second is reducing food losses and waste. And the third is thinking really carefully about how we can improve our agricultural production systems. I'm going to think just about the first one today. So this is an area where I do a lot of research and I get really excited to talk about. So when we're talking about plant-based diets, we're not talking about vegan or vegetarian diets. We know that making extreme dietary changes, especially dietary changes as extreme as excluding all animal products from the diet, is really not in the cards for most people. But you don't have to go all or nothing when we talk about making health changes with pretty much any of them. A shift to including more plant-based foods in the diet can potentially have health and environmental benefits depending on how it's done. So when we talk about plant-based diets, we're really talking about a wide range of dietary patterns where someone can choose the foods that they eat themselves that align with their values and goals. But their plate, metaphorical plate, is dominated by fruits, vegetables, whole grains, legumes, nuts and seeds, unsaturated plant-based oils, and animal-based products really become more of a condiment or a side dish. So meat sort of loses its place at the center of the plate. Depending on how this is done, plant-based diets are associated with lower cardiometabolic risks, and lesser environmental burdens. Now, there are caveats there because it really depends on sort of the actual composition of your diet. But across a spectrum of diets, these are the general trends that we're seeing. And the picture here is from the 2019 Eat Lancet Commission. This is their Planetary Health plate. So when we try to think about this enormous task or goal of shifting the population as a whole to consume more plant-based diets, it's a formidable task. Most Americans exceed recommendations for meat intake, regardless of sort of your intersectional identity. The vast majority of people in the United States center their meals around meat. This is especially the case in rural communities. We know in rural areas there's very high expectations around meat consumption. There's also very high preferences for meat. And for individuals who have some sort of connection to livestock production, hunting or fishing, we know that these expectations and these preferences are even stronger. We also know that shifting people's diets is tough, but there's a lot of people who are already doing this. In work that I've led in Vermont, we know, okay, so Vermont is unique. We all know this, but 1 in 3 adults in Vermont are intentionally limiting the amount of meat that they're consuming. So there's already 25% of the adult population in Vermont that self-identifies as flexitarian. And then there's additional Vermonters who are identifying as pescatarian or vegetarian or vegan or some dietary pattern that loosely reflects these. And so the question is, well, what can we learn from them? These are individuals who are living in our nation's most rural state and managing to adopt some sort of plant-based diet. So the positive deviance approach is one way to do this. A positive deviant is an individual who has some sort of uncommon behavior that might have positive outcomes. So we can think about this across, a wide range of areas where we do research. It just so happens that mine is plant-based diets. And when you think about the positive deviant approach, basically what you are trying to do is identify these people who have these uncommon behaviors or use uncommon strategies that have beneficial health outcomes, and learning from them, trying to understand what supports their behavior and the beneficial outcomes, and then disseminate those ideas. So instead of, some researchers coming in a helicopter with an intervention, you're really learning from the community and trying to find strategies that already exist. And so that they are relatable and at least to some people in the community, suitable and acceptable. So the basic approach is first you identify your positive deviance. There's many ways that you can do this. And then you do in-depth qualitative research with those individuals to try to understand what some of these uncommon strategies or uncommon behaviors that they are engaging in are, and what are some of the things that might be supporting it. Then in larger samples that are more representative of the population as a whole, you test your hypotheses statistically. Then you disseminate what you have learned to the communities with which you are working. And finally, you do some level of monitoring evaluation to try to understand, are these strategies that are being promoted, are they being picked up, leveraged, and maintained? So the work that I'm doing in Vermont, we're really at the third stage of this in analyzing some of our strategies right now, as well as building interventions around what these could look like. So when we think about plant-based diets, three of the big hypotheses that are coming out of this are that factors that might be different among plant-based eaters versus non-plant-based eaters have to do with cooking skills and confidence. This came up over and over again. We did a large amount of qualitative research with people with all different sorts of dietary patterns. And one thing that we consistently heard was just this higher level of skill and confidence among, when it came to cooking among our plant-based eaters. They enjoyed the process. They didn't fear it. There was a high level of adventure seeking and taste seeking. And also, people were more confident in their nutrition knowledge. So we often heard about sort of the cultural obsession with protein, and our plant-based eaters saying like, it's not that big of a deal. I'm not too concerned about it, but also having a generally high level of knowledge as it relates to micronutrients as well. So the takeaways from this, the big one is, I think this holds a lot of promise, not just when it comes to dietary change, but when we think about other sort of societal shifts that we are hoping to make as it relates to climate change or environmental burdens or health burdens. When we think about it in terms of plant-based eating, it takes advantage of natural variation in diets. It also develops an evidence-based using mixed methods. And finally, I think the big thing is that you are leveraging local assets, local resources, local behaviors for dietary transition. And those local ideas are relevant, sustainable, and affordable for the population that you're working with.
Thank you so much. I feel as though that answers one of the questions that the panelists posed this morning about how do we move people along that conveyor belt of behavioral change. So thank you so much for your work, Dr. Ballerino. And I think it also leads in nicely to our next speaker, Dr. Amy Trubeck, who's going to be speaking about the climate kitchen. So in terms of improving those culinary skills. So Dr. Amy Trubeck, I don't see her. Where is Amy Trubeck? Oh, there you are. Hello. So Dr. Amy Trubeck was trained as an anthropologist and a chef. Amy Trubeck is professor in the Nutrition and Food Sciences Department and director of the Climate Kitchen. The author of 3 scholarly monographs, her research approach has consistently integrated the disciplinary insights from anthropology, food systems, and sensory science. Over the past 10 years, she has been involved in team-based applied nutrition and food systems research, including the development of curriculum to foster food agency, a companion validated scale to measure food agency, and the creation of a serious game exploring food systems inequity funded by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. So thank you, Dr. Trubeck. Dr. Trubeck is going to be speaking about the Climate Kitchen, a space for inquiry and a place for all. Thank you.
Hello, thank you all. I'm really pleased to be here. And I want to say that I have members of the Climate Kitchen team that are here in the back, possibly. People wave their hands. We have a group of us that are working on this project, so welcome to everybody. I'm perfectly timed after the last few speakers because I think that after hearing what people have had to say so far, you might agree with me that we need climate kitchens in order to achieve integrated individual and planetary health. And Molly Kawahata's call last night for hopeful action aligns perfectly with our team's vision for the Climate Kitchen. And as a colleague of mine said, I think very eloquently, in terms of thinking about calls to action, facts alone won't fix things. Curiosity, creativity, cooperation, comprehensive thinking, and commitment can. Committing to sustainable diets requires a reorientation. Maintaining the status quo, we must agree, is untenable and unsustainable. When effectively and thoughtfully designed, food systems can be harnessed as pathways to the change that we need to make. So the Climate Kitchen team wants to foster such pathways. And our first step in doing that was to develop tenets of sustainable practices using the facts that are already out there on the ground, all the empirical work that so many scholars have been doing in so many fields around the world, to create premises for action, to help create those pathways to sort of move us past thinking, researching, to the acts of doing. So we have 5 tenets of sustainability. Oops. Okay. Yeah. So in the Climate Kitchen, we have 5 tenets of sustainability that integrate individual and planetary health that are based on facts, but designed as pathways. So one is plant forward. The Climate Kitchen recognizes highlighting sustainable and regenerative plant-based foods as the center of the meal. This can include responsibly foraged foods, incorporating invasive species as available and appropriate, and exploring other low-impact plant-driven protein sources, for example, insects and algae. Another tenet is integrating tastes and habits. The Climate Kitchen acknowledges that tastes and sensory preferences are rooted in individual and cultural experiences. Thus, all design, from a certain lesson plan to a research project on climate-resilient mung beans, starts with acknowledgement of those lived preferences. We taste food. We experience food through our senses. Our third tenet is low waste. The Climate Kitchen aims to reduce or eliminate waste at every step out of food procurement and transformation process by designing waste out of the entire system. So this could be from sourcing ingredients and materials with minimal packaging to utilizing preservation techniques such as dehydration, freezing, fermenting, etc. Fourth tenet is whole food utilization. We aim to transform entire ingredients, including the parts that are not typically consumed or even sold in grocery stores and markets, to increase the amount of food available for human consumption and to decrease the ratio of resources needed per calorie. And then our fifth tenet is regional local sourcing. So we think sourcing regionally and locally not only reduces the resource and carbon footprint of our food, but it also helps to support a resilient regional and local food system. So why do we need a Climate Kitchen here at UVM? Okay. Because we can't make change without working through solutions at every stage of the system. And the Climate Kitchen integrates the food systems issues and the individual and planetary health problems that we have. And in many ways, if you think about individual and planetary health, the food system is at the center of any positive possible future where we have lowered emissions, halted biodiversity loss, decreased waste, and increased food access to nutritious food. So, but in order to do that, we are going to need to be involved in creative problem solving, imaginative and nimble responses, and convening people from across the food system to make it happen. So at UVM, we feel like we're such a perfect place for the Climate Kitchen, first because of all of the incredible work that so many of you out here have been doing for years on food systems, planetary health, individual health, climate change. All of these issues are things that so many faculty and students and administrators are committed to. We're also always inspired by John Dewey and his philosophy of experiential emergent learning. And we feel we sort of own John Dewey a little bit here at UVM, so we want to take him on. And then also we're very interested in the principles of design thinking when we're thinking about innovative research. Because in order to sort of create these hopeful pathways of the future, we're going to have to do all of our work a little bit differently in order to make it a success. So, and also and above all, the whole UVM community, and certainly our students, our graduate and undergraduate students, are committed to solving the problems that we're all here today to think about. So we are doing research inquiry and teaching inquiry work as part of the Climate Kitchen Initiative. And so we started in Summer Research Institute. This was funded by the Food Systems Research Center. And it was a great experience working in our existing foods lab in the Nutrition and Food Science department. And it was not planned in advance, but the people that came in were all interested in alternative protein sources. So I can tell you more about those if you're interested later. And then we have educational inquiry. We have ways that we've developed an undergraduate course that tries to take the climate kitchen tenets and integrate them for undergraduate students in a class called Foods for Planetary Health. We have a graduate course that we're going to be launching in the spring called Cooking Towards Individual and Planetary Health. And we're designing that so that it can be used as an all-online program for a number of different graduate students, including dietetics, nursing, agroecology, public health. And then we have also been doing a lot of interesting collaborative curriculum work with the UVM Go program, with culinary medicine, with medical students, nursing students. We've been reaching out in a variety of different ways. So what do we need to do next? Well, I think, and what do we want to have happen? We certainly want to create more and more evangelists. We want to bring everyone together to become agents of effective change. We also want to create and implement teaching and research labs and kitchen spaces that reinforce the practices that we think that we're preaching about that need to happen in order to align ourselves towards individual and planetary health in the future. We also, in our more ambitious moments, we really want to become a model, an innovative new model for actions and research, action, and practice inside the university and outside of the university. So the Climate Kitchen is for everyone, and we welcome you to come and join us anytime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vatovec. And it's very important work you're doing here in Vermont. The last but absolutely not least, we have Dr. Beth Zygmunt. And let me just make sure I get. Was this these were your slides? There you go. You didn't get to that. Okay, there we go. So Dr. Zygmunt is a cardiothoracic radiologist and an associate professor of radiology at the University of Vermont Medical Center, Lana College of Medicine. She is a division chief of cardiothoracic radiology and director of lung cancer screening at the UVM Medical Center. Dr. Zygmunt has a strong interest in population health and health equity, both through her lung cancer screening work at UVM Medical Center and as co-chair of the Vermont Lung Cancer Screening Task Force, as well as through other local partnerships. She is passionate about advocacy and policy as tools for addressing climate change and volunteers with local groups to enact policies related to natural resource preservation and green building, including Citizens Climate Lobby and Vermont Climate and Health Alliance. She was co-author of the recently adopted American College of Radiology Resolution on Climate Change and Sustainability and is co-chair of Radiologists for a Sustainable Future. In addition, she serves on several national and state-level professional task forces and committees addressing climate change and sustainability. So today, I'm sure we're going to hear Dr. Zygmunt's passion for the power of policy through her presentation, Striking at the Roots of Nature Disruption, Advocacy and Policy for Planetary Health. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the introduction. To advance the slides, I use
that one.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. And which button is it here? It's just the left or the right one, right? Yeah, looks like it. Okay, 7 minutes, 3 really simple messages. That was a wonderful introduction. Thank you for that. I don't have a lot to say. 3 simple messages. First, planetary health is intrinsically policy-oriented. I can't think of a better example than the recently passed legislation in Vermont banning neonic pesticides. Advocacy through community organizing, movement building, and bottom-up policy change is critical for planetary and human health. And by working in networks and coalitions, we can supercharge our advocacy. So this last talk of the day is really a call to action for all of the experts in the room. So I was asked to tell a little bit of my personal story. I'll tell you two of the things that I've done in my own experience with advocacy, and one is at the medical center. So the the University of Vermont Medical Center was long recognized for environmental excellence due to the passionate work of a small number of volunteers. Then this group of, I should call out Molly Lawrence, who's in the audience, Diane Imrie, who you already heard from, and Mo Citro is one of our other colleagues. This group of individuals enacted a campaign to go to the CEO of the network to convince him to set up a formal funded Office of Sustainability, which has now been in existence for over a year, led by Diane Imrie, who you heard from earlier today. My other experience was simultaneous with this work, and I became introduced to an organization called Healthcare Without Harm, which is the global leader in healthcare sustainability. Through Healthcare Without Harm, through that network, I got connected with the intrepid leader of a very small, newly formed group of radiologists from around the country called Radiologists for a Sustainable Future, which at the time didn't even have a logo. And a subset of people from that small group decided that as our first major project, we would attempt the nearly impossible and try to convince our professional organization, the American College of Radiology, to pass a resolution on climate change and sustainability and try to put that into the conversation. So in 2022, several months of work went into this. Our resolution was introduced at the annual meeting, and when it went up for a vote, the amount of support that we got from the radiologists at the meeting was overwhelming. People came out in droves to support this resolution. So one of our clauses was that the ACR had to establish a task force on climate change and sustainability. And a year after the work of that task force, we now fully expect that the ACR is going to establish a standing commission on climate change and sustainability with a seat on the board of chancellors of the American College of Radiology. Our other clause required the ACR to become a member of the Medical Society Consortium on Climate and Health. This is a coalition of over 50 medical societies, as well as dozens of affiliate members, which include organizations like the American Cancer Society and the American Lung Association. So the Medical Society Consortium is basically a policy-oriented advocacy organization, and now they have an individual membership because we're trying to broaden the membership to people who are not necessarily medical providers, but are health advocates of other stripes, like all of you. So why coalitions and networks? Why am I asking all of you to become involved if you're not already involved? There's power in numbers. We bring diverse expertise. We have credibility, scientists, health professionals, public health professionals like my friend Molly. We all have a certain type of credibility. We are trusted messengers with the public. Health framing is extremely effective. We heard all about this yesterday. It's a shared value among all in society, so we can frame our message that way. Many hands make lighter work. And fun and connectedness are things that you find in networks and coalitions, and perhaps most of all, hope, which we heard a lot about yesterday. How do we function in coalitions and networks? We have meetings with influential people. We educate our policymakers. We submit large numbers of aligned comments to organizations like the EPA. We write letters to policymakers. We engage in media advocacy campaigns, and then we can combine our resources for ad buys. So just a few examples on the global, national, and subnational level of how this, just some successes. There have been many successes. So for example, the Montreal Protocol, which was passed in 1987, was a universally ratified treaty, so huge coalition, still protecting our aquatic species and, marked reductions in human cancers and other types of eye diseases. An example from the national level, the Clean Air Act, which was passed in 1970, gave the Environmental Protection Agency the power to regulate transportation pollution. So a recently passed rule, one of many, many rules, was passed in 2024, new pollution standards for cars and trucks. And that alone is expected to avert billions of tons of carbon emissions and protect human health. And that was, through the work of many, many coalitions, or a coalition of many, many organizations. On the state level, an example from just this year, in addition to the pesticide law, is the new renewable energy standard, which puts us on an accelerated timeline for reaching our renewable energy goals. And it also limits the amount of energy that we can source from environmentally harmful practices. And again, coalition of organizations coming forward to advocate for this legislation. So there have been a lot of successes, but we are up against some very powerful adversaries in terms of industry leaders and politicians who support them. Industrial farming, oil, big oil, plastics. These are all very, very large adversaries and very well funded. Fortunately, the advocacy world in the realm of climate and health has a very big tent, and there's room for everyone in it. Here are just a few, really a very small subset of the health advocacy organizations out there. There are just dozens of these organizations. I belong to a couple of these, not all of them, a few of them, several on this slide, but there's so many others. So I'm really just here to implore everyone in the room to use your voice. We have the most powerful voices in society, and we have very hard work to do, and we are up against some very powerful forces. So thank you for letting me take a few minutes of your time today. I really am grateful.
Thank you so much, Beth. Wow. Okay, so I think we are now inviting everybody up to the panel table. So Beth, Michael, and yes, Carlos Andres, thank you. And I think again, how long do you? 15. Okay. So we're going to follow the same order that we did last time, this morning, that Christine led. So we're going to open up the panel to ask each other questions about what you heard, or the things that surprised you, things that inspired you, things that made you think differently about your own area of work. But feel free to just take the mic and share your thinking.
Now it's on. Okay, great. So I have a question for all of the folks at the table about how we think about policy and its impacts on populations in other countries. And we heard a lot about this during this session, thankfully. For example, Africa is ground zero for new oil exploration, right? I mean, so I'm just wondering how you all think about that, and how we as white Westerners can be part of that effort to raise awareness and stop these exploitative practices that are really detrimental to all of our health. So anyway, I'll just leave it at that. And I know we have some experts at the table here. I'm not one of them.
Then I'll take the microphone. Okay, so let me see, how can I say this? We have to be, in my view, very careful in the way we are doing now things. I see it with mining exploration in tropical forest. It's literally brutal, and that is fundamentally driven by the energy transition. So at the same time that we want to move out of fossil fuels, we have to be very careful that that doesn't happen at the expense of territories like the one that I showed you that are unique and fundamental in terms of ecological functions, health, and with cascade effects into food security for a very large piece of area. I think that a powerful tool we have, and I'm seeing way more interest these days, are the rights of nature. So we are having conversations in here with leaders in the region that are asking, like, how is that implemented? And we are seeing cases all around the world, because at the same time that we have so many competing needs, we have to be very careful on, we need a global perspective, like a planetary perspective on our decision making. That's my small contribution.
I will follow up on Carlos Andres's point of the energy transition. I think that sometimes from like a global north perspective, we see our future in terms of transportation as like our ideal future is everyone owning an electric car. And that's very valid because I keep hearing today that pollution is such a big issue for health and for health care systems. But we also have to be careful because the electrification of North America and Europe is driving the extraction of lithium in many other countries, and they might not be polluting their earth, but they are polluting their soils. And so beyond policy, I think, or beyond policy, no, transformative policy that restructures transportation, not directed at everyone owning a car, but at everyone using public transportation, or reducing that reliance of cars, is more important than shifting from one type of car to another. So I would say transformative policy being more important.
Comment on that. Thank you so much for that, Juliana, because that is really a mind shift. That's a worldview shift. We're not just trying to replace something. It's similar to what Molly was saying yesterday. We don't want to negate, we want to reframe, right? So I think that's an example of reframing.
Maybe taking it from global to local, and very, very local on college campuses with students. I'd be really curious to hear, especially from Climate Kitchen and from others who are working in food, about ideas for integrating some of these principles into campus experiences. And I think especially one of the challenges is where dining halls are so prevalent that students oftentimes don't have their own kitchen autonomy, but how to still teach some of those principles so that there is this transmission of understanding and perspective.
Sure. Well, there's two ways to think about it. I think I'm just going to take this. Is it on? Yeah. Okay. So one is sometimes there can be a real divide between people who do research and teaching from the people who deliver the food at higher education institutions. Whereas the people that do deliver the food are extremely passionate about their work and they want to collaborate and integrate. And the more you can get students to meet the people that work, like in the dining halls, or who are organizing the menu design, and understand that it can be a collaboration between the providers of the food and the consumers of the food at a university. I think the more you can create an integration about that, the more you're modeling the kind of integration of individual and planetary health that we want in the larger sphere. So I think you can model it. And then what we do in the nutrition food science department, we're lucky because we have a physical space where we can actually be teaching about meal preparation and using and integrating practices. And we've developed a pedagogy where we try to really enhance the people's agency, so their ability to feel they're empowered to act. So I think any way that you can do that, any way that you can bring experiential learning, even, you know, identifying and understanding. Like, one thing I think a lot about is the superfoods, right? And like, there are certain shifts in the way that we relate to food in the United States right now. For example, I was talking to grad students about this idea that everybody has the right to carry fluids around with them all the time, which is something like my grandmother would have never done, right? She wouldn't have carried her coffee with her or her water bottle, but also like this idea that everything is now a shake, and that in the shake there's all these superfoods. Like, and how could you kind of deconstruct some of the actions that students are doing that they think is for their health or for planetary health, but try to get them to kind of pull it apart a little bit more, is another way that we do that a lot in the sort of food systems curriculum that we teach.
You know, I think the only thing that I would add to that is that I find the particularly undergraduate students are often looking for they're often looking for answers and for faculty to give recommendations on like the right way to do things. And I think approaching those interactions with a lot of humility is really important, because what we think now might be great solutions, you know, thinking about vehicles and shifts, et cetera. In 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, they might actually be terrible ideas. And so helping students develop their own critical thinking skills around food and their own values and their own preferences, and act based on the evidence they have and the values that they have, I think is really, really, really important in this space, because I can see just the huge shifts that have happened in the nutrition and food space in the last 15 and 20 years. And what was really considered, you know, everyone believed it, everyone thought all of these things were right. We're now learning that maybe some of the ideas and solutions and pathways are not actually the best way to do things, and they're sort of steeped in colonialism. And so giving students the tools to make their own decisions and giving them the freedom to change their mind as they learn more, I think is really important.
But thank you very much for that. I love the concept of, you know, we always have unintended consequences, and whatever solution we come up with today, to have that humility that it may not be the long-term solution. Nothing's ever going to be the long-term solution. So I think that's a nice segue for the audience to ask our panel questions, if anybody has anything.
If we could go back to the conversation that Carlos Andres and Juliana talked about, and especially Juliana, the shift that you mentioned, I felt like I was really wanting to hear more about how, and this can be the entire room as well, but how, and if there are examples of that shift. Sometimes I try not to go towards pessimism and despair. And, you know, as a behavioral health behavior person, I try to think about making things, we call it FIRE, you know, fun, interesting, reasonable, and easy. And, you know, asking someone to forego or think of a new transportation style versus giving them a replacement, it's more work. And so easy is maybe crossed off there for some on that. And I'm just curious if there are any ideas for how this has happened in other examples or models. Maybe it's not cars, but some other example. That would be really great to just throw some noodles against the wall and learn about that.
Yeah, I think there are several examples in Europe. I think recently there was a report about Paris where bikes outnumbered cars. And there are several cities in Europe that are becoming more and more rearranged for bikes. And I think this is an example where policy can influence behavior. When you have a city where, and this is something I took from Patricia, from I don't think she's in this room. When you're in a city and you see people biking, but there's no bike lanes, you might not be encouraged to bike. But whenever policy changes and there are bike lanes and you see other people biking, you may think, okay, it's safe for me to bike. So there are structural changes based on policy changes that can influence behavior. And this is also a quote from someone in Colombia, thinking of development not as everybody owning their own car, but as rich people taking the bus. So in the US, train systems were dismantled. I think here in Vermont, one of them became a bike path, but and there are some like I think you can get to Seattle in like a month or two or something, and to Florida as well. But you think of other places in the world where trains continue to work, and they are extremely efficient and move masses of people. And I think also in Europe, in some policy or legislation made it more expensive to fly than, like, if you could take a train and it is more carbon neutral, something like that, like you were kind of forced to. So so I think there are several examples around the world where public transportation becomes accessible, also greener, free, but you need the infrastructures which existed in the US and they were dismantled. So
I will try to be quick, but I want to elaborate and connect with what you presented, Beth, because I think that in all of us, and particularly in the younger generations, there is a hunger for doing something, like thinking in what can be really motivating and what can really bring agency. And thinking in Molly's workshop yesterday about the goals, agency, the pathways. Once again, I'm seeing in frameworks that change the way we see things. So we are nature. When we hurt nature, we hurt ourselves. But what are the pathways? When I was doing my PhD, and I'm a faculty associate of the Butter Center for Native American Studies at Washington University in St. Louis, there was this problem with the water defenders, the North Dakota Access Pipeline. And if you recall well, there's a group of Lakota tribes that are bringing together a coalition trying to stop the pipeline to go through a sacred and very important lake for the tribe and the communities. What was the pathway? Like protesting, but they didn't have any legal instrument to hold that. And it's still very controversial and complicated. What about a framework that says, no, that is hurting nature and hurting us in the way. So if you cross the pipeline, the damage is already there. It doesn't need to happen, the leak. It doesn't happen to be like, you don't need to wait for the environmental disaster. So you can have an alternative. And that's why when we are discussing about this framework, we see young leaders saying like, we can do this with Lake Champlain. We can really produce a change. We can really bring a coalition, and we need to leverage the pathway because there are instances of nature rights in the US. So there is already the jurisprudency, and these cases are happening all around the world. The most important thing, these things doesn't come in the vacuum. This thing out of the cosmovision, the way of seeing things from ancestral communities like the ones I was presenting in our regional study. And it's like very like cultural reach.
And to add to that, I'd just like to reiterate what we already know, which is that whenever we advocate for these solutions, and I think there were some folks, some medical doctors involved in that advocacy coalition in North Dakota, if I remember correctly. I think I happened to see a presentation on that. Again, the health advocacy is such a powerful tool. So when you can somehow connect it to people's individual health and the health of their own families, it's a much more powerful message for them. I think that the message of, you know, trampling on the property and rights of Indigenous people should resonate for everyone. I wish that were true. But if you can tie these messages to health and the health of people's families and themselves, it's a stronger message. I see you smiling.
Hi, is it on? Hello, can you hear me? Nice mic, by the way. So, I'm here representing patients and family. I'm a community member. I don't have a PhD or a master's degree. And one of the things that I've noticed that you are all working really, really hard, and you only have 2 arms and 1 mouth, and you write papers and you do amazing research, but a lot of that is not understood by the rest of us who are not as educated or have as much academic backgrounds as you are. So how have you been able to bring more people to advocacy, to understanding, to your kitchens, to your positive deviants, you know, the people who are really doing things out there that are outside of the academic world, so that not only can you guys feel like you've got some people helping you and working with you, but also recognizing that there's so much positive deviancy going on that you aren't even able to capture because you don't have enough hands. So how can you do more engagement, or have you done, or what kind of examples of that are you doing with your communities?
I can take a swing at it. So, more recently, I've been fortunate to have opportunities to have community-based talks. I think that that's a piece of it. I appreciate the question because it is constantly something that I wrestle with. It takes, on the one hand, so much professional energy and time just to get a research program established and to get publications turned out. And then translating that into popular scientific communications, it's like, oh my gosh, that's a whole nother skill set and career itself. But for example, like within this next year, one of the things my lab manager and I are talking about is maybe when we have our lab journal club meetings, to make those publicly available on Zoom, so that if people are interested, they can join in and start building coalition around there. There are various platforms like Patreon, there's different social media, you know, DIY applications. And so we're with the Neurospirituality Lab trying to figure out, do we have a Neurospirituality Club that's associated with that? The last thing I'll say on this is that I take quite seriously mentoring high school students. And so part of that also is, okay, if I can take the research that I'm doing, translate it into a pedagogy that someone with a high school level education can relate to, then that also, I think, is going to move us closer to that broadening and dissemination of the stuff that is maybe more technical or dense. So not like a complete solution set, but those are some of the ways that I'm thinking about these questions. Thank you.
I have a really quick answer, and this is probably not a satisfactory answer or satisfying answer, but the publication of commentaries and op-eds in newspapers is a way to reach the public with perspective and expertise to back up your perspective. Open source, newspapers, local newspapers. Yeah. So
is that considered as important to the scientists who must have publication? So can there
no
from the academic world to incentivize dissemination to those?
So I've been given permission to make another plug here for our for our virtual symposium, which is doing exactly what you are asking. Like some of these people along here and in the audience here are going to be speaking on that public platform. So some of the research that's been presented here is going to be tailored to the lay audience, and it's deliberately accessible. So, we want to reach as many people as possible to get their messages out there, because it's really important. We have about 1,000 people registered so far. And we want to kind of at least triple that. Thank you. But reciprocal. Yes. So that there'll be Q&A, but absolutely. I think we want, and I think Anne mentioned earlier that we're trying to create an elective. So I think the message is definitely here, raising awareness and education. I think Bruce mentioned that earlier. So I think everybody here agrees that that is the way forward. Thank you.
I would say that one thing I think a lot about, and definitely in those of us who are working on the climate kitchen think a lot about, is, we have so much information. Like, in a way, what we suffer from now is like too much information. And so what can a university like UVM do where we're reaching out and we're bringing what we know to try to impact or sort of help whatever it is, the goals we have for what we want the future of the world to be like. And I think it's learning by doing. I mean, let's do stuff. Let's show people how to do things. I think sometimes we can get caught up as academics that, oh, we're going to do a policy brief, or we're going to do a pamphlet, or we're going to have a website. I mean, those are all great things, but at the end of the day, the types of action that we're asking for are primarily behavior-based actions. And so we have to provide the skills so that the behaviors are possible. So for example, how to actually do a commentary, right? Like how to influence policy, like literally a tip sheet, right? Or, for us, how to hold the knife and how to actually saute an onion. Those are the kinds of things that we can bring, in context of the conceptual frameworks that we've come up with and the knowledge that we have through empirical research. So that's sort of my fantasy, like getting out on a bus. There was back in the day when we had good train service, the extension, UVM extension would go on trains, and they actually had, for example, a kitchen in a train car, and then they would go to like Greensboro and all these places, and then they would teach through these lessons by going out into the communities. And I would love to see the whole university use extension and the history of all of that to really get back out into communities and through any way of learning by doing, everything that people are suggesting here.
It seems that the microphone is circulating. I think that we should also work with new conditions. And one way to do that is to transmedia everything we produce in our work in terms of scientific outputs. We also turn it into way more accessible material, including documentary and film. And that takes a lot of effort, and you are right into that, but it's fundamental. And we consult every piece with community members. So that is, I think, that a lot at the heart of participatory action research. I said in my presentation, who owns the data, in what way, like how it's communicated.
I think this is what I was going to speak to. Carlos Andres and I belong to the Institute for Agroecology at UVM, and one of the principal methodologies in agroecology is participatory action research, where you work with a community, and the questions this community has are the ones that you bring into your research, and then you make abstract and in circles use all the jargon, but ideally everything comes back into the community, and it does take a lot of effort and a lot of commitment, but it is part of our choice of research, and it is part of looking through research to resist some of the perpetuation of extractive research and academia being inaccessible, etc. So it's a lot of work. But we try really hard, and I agree with you. We need to try harder. Us, yeah.
Yeah, I have nothing to add to that. I feel like the entire research infrastructure could learn a lot from agroecology. We do a lot of work putting out policy briefs and research briefs, and if there are opportunities to speak to the media, taking advantage of those, but the reach remains somewhat limited, and the more we can do to be fully integrated in the community and live out the land grant mission, there are many opportunities to do that stronger and better.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take this one last question here, I think, and then we'll move on.
Hi. So I'm Farrell Burtman. I am a dietitian and also in nutrition and food sciences. And my question is for you, Michael. So within several of us dietitians within this department are thinking a lot about body trust, body sovereignty, exploring the colonization of our bodies. Thank you, Juliana, for bringing that to this community's attention as well. And what I would like to know is, have you explored in your MRI work self-compassion and how that might be connected beyond compassion between people?
I love that question. Thank you for asking that. So I'm actually certified as a mindful self-compassion teacher, so really into it. This is a longer side story, but we're doing some mindful self-compassion program development for activists in order to promote resilience and prevent burnout. So kind of tying some of these threads together. Interestingly though, compassion for others and self-compassion are almost statistically independent. This was so fascinating to me. Yeah, and I could go on like some what? I didn't expect that to be the case. Loneliness, I would have totally predicted that's going to be more associated with compassion for others than for self-compassion. But to me, counterintuitively, self-compassion is strongly associated with feelings of loneliness, such that lower self-compassion is associated with higher loneliness, but not compassion for others. And so we're doing some follow-up work to look at what are pathways that may relate here. Is it shame? Is it authenticity? Is it a sense of self-alienation? And so if you're alienated from yourself and you're feeling inauthentic in your life, are you ever going to get to a state of emotional connection and belonging? And the last thing I'll say for this is that I was expecting to see that loneliness, self-compassion set of variables positively associated with nature connectedness, but they were almost independent. So this is one of the reasons too. I think that the longitudinal work is going to be so critical, because I could imagine, again, we're just speculating here, but I can imagine that if individuals have a higher level of sensitivity to social rejection, a higher level of accumulated social anxiety, that they actually turn to nature to seek relief. And so it could be that there is some kind of an affinity bias there for the individuals who have been drawn to cultivate nature connectedness. But I very much appreciate the question and could geek out a ton with you about self-compassion.
I think we're wrapping up at this point for the panel discussion, and I think we're just going to turn those questions back to the audience. So this is your time for self-reflection or reflection with each other. Again, thinking about what you've heard today, and it can be from this morning and this afternoon. You can combine those, because obviously Michael's talk and some of the talks from this morning overlap, and the other panelists' talks from this morning. There's a nice intersection here with all of the different talks. So please think broadly, think amongst yourselves. What stood out to you? What made you think differently? Are there new connections for you? Are there other people that you want to speak to that you wouldn't necessarily have thought you would before? You know, these two. But so how long do we have for that? About another... Okay, we're handing over to Kara.
I'm switching things because I am feeling everybody's afternoon post-lunch. So I think everybody should stand up, and we're going to take like a little bit of break. And we're actually going to be doing a follow-up feedback survey after this. So I'd love for us to actually move forward past the reflection, if that's cool with people. Because we have just consumed so much information today. So we're going to thank the panelists. And really, really what we are so excited about is Patty's vision. And so I want to go right to the closing remarks with Patty. So thank you so much, panelists. And Let's just take like a quick 5 minute, but don't leave, stay around, just move your bodies, and Patty's gonna come up and close us out. And then you can go outside earlier. if folks could get seated, I know you needed that little energizing break. Hey folks, we are in our final stretch. We're so grateful that you're sticking with us because I am so excited to hear what Patty has to share. Patty, as you all know, is our interim president, and this woman makes things happen. And so if anybody can do this, Patty can, no pressure. But let's give a warm round of applause for Patty, President Patty Prelock.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for hanging out with us for the last day and a half. My brain is hurting because I've just learned exponentially more information, and that's why I like hanging out with smarter people than me. So thank you to our panelists, to my friends, to my colleagues. Really exploring this inextricable link between human health and the natural systems of the environment is so important to me. So, Molly Kawahara generously and thoughtfully provided for us optimism and hope to really act in a way that allows us to experience this reciprocal relationship between people and planet. And as I was listening to all the talks today and the panels, they really provided for me some excitement and hope for the future. And they offered from local to global perspectives and opportunities to really combine science with experience. And really, it reminded me of the agency that Molly talked about to make change and pathways for explaining and understanding how we interact with the earth and what the earth does for us and what we do for the earth. And so I do like Molly's framing, and that is the framing that we have for the Planetary Health Initiative here at the University of Vermont, that we're being positive going forward, because that's how we will get people excited about doing something different in their own decisions, their own behavior, and reinforcing that effort. So let me just... In my remarks this afternoon, I'd like to leave you with 3 primary messages. The first is a vision for healthy people and a healthy planet. This is something that is part of our amplifying our impact and our strategic focus for the University of Vermont. The second is a vision for the role I believe the University of Vermont can play in helping us move closer to that ideal. And then thirdly, a call to action for all of us and for our larger communities. So let's reflect on the first point, a vision for a healthy planet and healthy people. For me, health really encompasses a broad and important definition that works to achieve health of the mind, health of the body, and the spirit for all. So thank you, Christine, for raising that in the beginning. And I wish for a community that really creates opportunities and goodwill for people to have access to healthy food, access to nature, access to clean water, access to vibrant ecosystems, access to integrative health practices that empowers them to care for their mind, their body, their spirit, using the natural systems of our environment. I know that's a big vision, but I think we can do it. And hearing all the expertise in this room, and I know there's many more across the country and the world, I'm hopeful. It's so important that each of us sees ourselves as a member of a community much larger than ourselves, ensuring that all people in our communities are healthy. And I remember Molly saying this and several of our panelists, that you just have to think about, I want my children to be healthy. I want my grandchildren to be healthy. That's a selling point, and that's what we just have to remember. So this means we need to recognize the riches of this spectacular planet that we share with other species. And right now we're overshooting our planetary boundaries, critical for maintaining the stability that we need in our Earth system as a whole. But do not lose hope. The Planetary Health Alliance has shared a roadmap to address the decline of the health of our planet, an important step in recognizing the impact on our own health and well-being. The roadmap also provides a shift in how we live on Earth, making structural changes across dimensions of human activity and rethinking our values and relationship with nature and to one another. And I loved several of the panelists today who talked about, gosh, we are one with nature. And just like the waters, and we are made up of water and the water flows to you, that really that was kind of mind blowing for me to be reminded of that, even though I learned it in Biology 101. Sometimes you have to be reminded of these really important nuggets. And notably, our climate changes, the biodiversity loss that we've experienced, and environmental deterioration have a link to our economic productivity and growth. So they're not mutually exclusive. It is a complex system. And I think it's important that we realize we're not always going to not have fossil fuel. We have to figure out a way to have reusable, renewable energy. We are struggling with what we're doing with lithium batteries. So I so appreciated when it was said that, maybe buying an electric car is not the only reason and the only way that you can really take care of yourself and take care of the community. Plus, it suggests that people can afford to do that, or that they live in a community that has access to that kind of framing and electricity. So we want to be really thoughtful about what we expect of people, really meet them where they are, and help them see that they can actually make a change that will support their health and well-being and the environment, and that they can get so much from the environment. So it really does require that we are responsible managers of our planetary resources, and that needs to be a priority. For example, we just heard our panel on food and how we produce and consume food, energy, water, how we manufacture goods would need to change. How we build, how we live and move in our cities would need to change. And how we consider and measure growth, progress, and development would need to change. Now, that seems like an overwhelming task. But I think if we take it apart, each of us can contribute. And if we have this whole community who's taking one step at a time in their communities, then our students are hearing this, their families are hearing this, and I think we can move forward. So ultimately, we need to recognize our own behaviors and actions and determine the impact we have. And our students have shared with me, Dr. Prelock, are we walking the talk? And I said, good question. What are we doing on this campus that we should be doing differently? If we really believe that we have the vision and want to be a global leader for planetary health, how do we have our campus plan organized? What are we doing in the sustainability piece? How are we using dining? How are we composting food? What are we thinking about? We actually do have a dining hall that does have a kitchen in it for students to practice and experience it. But the Climate Kitchen is a wonderful example of even bringing our community in. So I'm going to, in my new role, really think about every time somebody brings something to me, how is that supporting our health? And how is that supporting our planet? And if you can't answer those questions, don't bring it forward. And so that's going to be a really important piece for me. And thank heavens our students called me on it and said, okay, we could be doing this, this, and this. I said, okay, bring me a proposal. Let's see what we can do. So ultimately, we need to recognize these behaviors and determine the impact. And the way we design, and dictate differences for travel and type of transportation and where there are safe and healthy natural spaces. My students are suggesting we need more pollinator gardens and benches so that we can study in these. I said, okay, just tell me what you need and we will make this happen. And so they can be part of the beauty of the campus, but also the sustainability and the health of the campus and the planet. The other thing is the ways we engage with our local communities to determine how lonely or connected we feel, whether our children play outside freely, whether our elders stay connected and have someone checking in on them during increasingly warm summers, or whether we have meaningful local news reporting what's happening, and whether there's access to housing. And currently, unlike other cities, or just like other cities, Burlington has the similar problem with an unhoused population that the university, sees themselves as this academic institution, but we only thrive if the city of Burlington thrives, and the city of Burlington thrives if we thrive. And that is true of our entire state, since we have probably the most people, other than the medical center, who have jobs here. So my goal was, I'm meeting with the mayor, I'm meeting with the Chittenden County legislators, I'm meeting with city council, the governor's office, and as you know, housing and climate change are huge on his plate, but we have to be able to give our expertise to them. So thank you for the question that you ask about how are we really going to implement our science? And for me, I'm an implementation science geek. And so I don't want to wait the 17 years that it takes to get research after a grant. I want to start doing it right away, knowing that it might not be exactly right, but we can really move it along and learn from that and scale it. And that's why I love our participatory action research. I think also, so I really feel like we have a chance to support the mental health framing. We have a chance to think differently about housing and how to support the housing challenges. And it means that we can't just be in our labs, but we have to be in our community. I think crucially, the ways we define health and healthcare determines whether our health providers are educated to focus on treating symptoms or to build relationships with patients, to really understand the root causes of their illnesses and to increase their well-being and decrease their suffering. That's why I love so much what the Comprehensive Pain Clinic does. It just gives you a whole different perspective on how to live with your own pain and recognize that there are things I can do and engage in health practices that means I may not need a drug to make me feel better, that maybe the drug is nature, maybe the drug is meditation, maybe the drug is good eating, and knowing again, we have to meet people where they are and not expect everything, but where are they and what might make them feel really good about themselves and increase their agency. And then I think, one of the things we are trying to do is health coaching across the nation. I would love to have a health coach in every pediatric and primary care practice. We are trying to do that in every one of our residential halls. We have a huge group of students who are being trained in this area, just giving them kind of the agency to be motivated to make change with themselves and with their peers. And then finally, the ways we see our relationship with nature really defines whether we continue to surpass our planetary boundaries, which a wonderful doctoral student has talked to me a lot about, or whether we forge a new path that brings human creativity and ingenuity that really helps us balance safely within the limits of our Earth's capacity. We can't do everything all at once, but can we take the steps that will lead to a path that we can feel good about and continue to work towards? And for me, I want to leave my grandchildren with a better world than we have now, although there is still some amazing things that are happening across the world that I'm really feeling good about this generation and what we're trying to do. I think the path ahead requires that we recognize the value of every species with whom we share this planet, how we see ourselves in relation to life on Earth and nature in general, determines whether we recognize or uphold the traditional ecological knowledge and wisdom of countless indigenous cultures that uphold this value. What you do to the Earth, you do to ourselves. And so working with our indigenous colleagues here in Vermont has taught me a lot about practices, and that we're returning to some of the practices that they had their entire life, and we seem to have forgotten some of those pieces. So what is the role of UVM in realizing this vision? You know, our Associate Vice President for Research, Dr. Sarah Helms-Cahan, recently described our UVM Planetary Health Initiative as a catalyst that encourages people to think bigger than themselves, bigger than their disciplines, because it must address the challenges we are all facing. It's wonderful to have a partner in our research office who gets that. And UVM is really uniquely positioned to become a planetary health leader through our university-wide centers and institutes, including the Osher Center, the Gund Institute for the Environment, the Institute for Agroecology, and you've heard from several people from each of those, the Food Systems Research Center, the Complex Systems Center that is helping us look at data. We have our Center for Community News that is going to news deserts and sharing information with communities. And now we have a national center that is trying to do that on other college campuses and other news deserts. Our Office of Sustainability, our learning communities, which are our residential communities for our students, and our more than 2,300 acres of natural areas, which we are now making a core facility for our institution, and so much more. I'm so fortunate and privileged to lead a university that has amazing students, amazing faculty, and amazing staff who really want to cross-pollinate ideas. They want to leverage assets, and they want to share resources, and they really want to make a difference. And that's why students choose to come to UVM. This is a place I believe I can make a difference. So that is my charge, and I have lots of work to make sure that that happens. So together as researchers, educators, and clinicians, we have strong existing partnerships with local, state, regional, national, and international organizations and entities that span policy and practice, bringing to fruition the recommended actions that arise from collective insights. At today's Whole Health People and Planet Summit, we've heard from this whole array of amazing staff, students, researchers, clinicians, educators across the nation. They all offered wonderful pieces to the puzzle that will help me build a better path forward for our institution and really help me consider our own work and how it intersects with the summit themes, which was planetary health, integrative health, and healthcare. Together, we've shared perspectives on both the small parts that we play as individuals and the larger goals we are working towards. Those involved in the field of integrative health understand deeply. They have taught me so much. The Osher Collaborative has taught me so much. Being an Osher Center has been life-changing and transformational for me and for the university. And I think beyond this moment, you know, one of my other goals, and it was so great to have so many of our deans here and our dean of the College of Medicine, who's actually been transformed in his belief about planetary health. It took us a while to get there, and now he's like all in. And it's really great when it's really great when, you know, the students also move it forward. Our med students are amazing, but all my deans are now sending in their staffing plans, and it's all about we need faculty, whether it's in the arts, whether it's in history, political science, environmental science, public health, medicine. They're looking for faculty who can contribute to planetary health. And I just met about 115 faculty at our new faculty at our opening orientation this flock of new faculty came and said, I want to tell you about my research in biology that has to do with planetary health. I want to tell you about my research in music that has to do with planetary health. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, our new faculty are getting this message and they're excited about it. So what is our call to action? I think earlier today we were each asked to identify one action we could take within our spheres of influence. And I call upon each of us to take that step and reach out to a colleague, a friend, a family member to influence. And next, share what you've learned here today with people from your campus home. You know, what is one thing you would like them to know that could help them work together more effectively? And what is one way you could work together differently that would promote your own well-being, your mind, your body, and spirit? And my team knows that when I was provost, I made it a requirement that all my managers and deans had their own personal health goal that I would evaluate them on, and that they demonstrated that in their departments, their units, just so that they understood that this was important to us. And then engage your broader campus community with the goal of building collective action toward this new path about the way we design and engage our communities, how we define health, and how we provide health care that will allow you to lead by example. For our members of the Osher Collaborative, you are dear friends and colleagues. You have taught me so much. Let's build on our shared commitment to human health and the intersection with natural systems. And what is one action we can take as a collaborative that will help us elevate the work together to improve outcomes for people and planet? I'm counting on you. Your influence and commitment can start by joining us at the upcoming Osher Collaborative Healthy People, Healthy Planet Symposium. Thank you, Aterah. That is a free virtual gathering on November 8th that will take the concepts we've talked about today and share them with the public, which has been a request to really demonstrate our commitment to broadening educational outreach beyond our academic institutions. We really have to, I see as a land-grant institution, but as any institution of higher education, our responsibility is to share that information. That's why open source and open access is also an initiative we have at this university, because we want to make sure that people have access to our knowledge so that we can make a difference. So I hope you will join us on that November 8th. And to close, I'm so committed to supporting the great work that we're doing here at UVM, and I'm so excited to hear what other institutions are doing. I took several notes so that I can tell my team, okay, we should be doing this too. And for the Osher Collaborative, the work that we will forge, the path ahead towards hope, trust, love, reciprocity, and health for people and planet. And so, you know, our university just rebranded itself, and as it thinks about a greener, healthier tomorrow, the most important words are, we are for people and planet. So I invite you to the hard work ahead, and the university has been working on this effort for about 2 years. Today at 4 o'clock is our official launch with our students, faculty, staff, the community, legislators on the Andrew Harris Commons. So if you're still able to attend, we'd love to have you there. Thank you so much. I want Patty to be well, and this is Patty, just amazing. Thank you all so much for coming. That's a wrap. It is gorgeous out. Please go outside and enjoy. Any closing words, Christine?
My only closing words are, before you stand up or as you're leaving, turn to one person and say, what's the one thing you're going to do next?
Yes.
Awesome. And thank you all so much for being here.
And join us at 4 o'clock on the green. Free maple creamies. And Brazilian drummers. Okay. Okay. Let me turn this off. And by our virtual crew.